It's a Holy cow.
Jesus.
What the hell happened?
It's like you're underwater.
It's a Wednesday morning, The Breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Bring it, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
It is 71 degrees right now. Listen up.
What's happening?
It's going to be a weather day today.
Oh, boy. It's a weather alert.
No, legitimately.
Oh, I saw the news this morning.
So the leftovers from Hurricane Bernadette, whatever it is, we are getting that today.
Oh, it's here?
There will be 2 bouts of severe weather throughout the day. So apparently between like now and 10, 11 a.m.
Okay.
We're going to get some extreme weather, lightning, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-ish. And then between 2 and 7, as of now, there will be more severe weather. We're talking really heavy winds, potential flash flooding.
Be very careful.
Depending on where you are, and there is a small chance of tornadoes in the area.
But they said a 5% chance.
I saw it's been updated to 10.
Oh.
Oh, look at us. Look what happened. Look what happened all of a sudden. You're
It's still pretty low.
Junk.
10% chance.
Don't do this.
Yeah, seriously, man.
Today I have a 10% chance of picking up a second language.
No, you don't.
Yes, I
No,
do.
it's way low.
You don't have a 10% chance of learning the first language. No, I mean, it was enough where the guy on News 8 said if you should know where you're going to go if a tornado were to show up.
Where do you go?
Well, I mean, like a place if your house is going to be.
You go downstairs?
Well,
the basement?
Yeah, I mean, basement would be ideal. I think he means another place to live if something were to happen.
Oh, if you get
I just again, I hate people like you because I'm just giving you information that was given by experts, and you're like, I know nothing.
So you're watching Channel 8. And Channel 8's a quality station.
Yeah.
But if you really want to be scared, go to 10. 10 knows how to scare the living crap out of you.
Yeah, I didn't see any scary. Did you see scary stuff on 10?
Oh, they had everything I needed today.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right,
But by the way, they're telling me this morning.
Yeah.
And it's coming this morning.
well, everything changes.
You need a
Right.
working radio. You need better.
They're keeping their eye on it.
All right, so I'm on 10. You're right. This is pretty scary.
Yeah.
Okay, so the risk of flooding very high, high. Risk of hail is very low.
Hail.
Moderate risk of wind. A low chance of tornado. Moderate chance of lightning. There you go.
Okay.
So just be careful today.
Make sure you have plenty of medicine on hand and water. And make sure you got things for the kids to do.
Yeah, I don't think any of that is a bad idea.
And snacks. You got to have
you should always have snacks.
Emergency snacks.
Yeah. Well, we actually
I would say one day your kid not having snacks, probably a good thing. The kid doesn't need Fritos, turn a twister.
Get him,
Fritos?
Man. Get him.
Of all the snacks.
He doesn't know
Fritos.
snacks. That's why.
I love Frito.
No,
you don't like Frito corn chips?
When's the last time you had a
Yes,
Frito?
No, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Been a while.
Shut up.
I was the king. I was King Frito.
Were you King Frito?
I didn't get to 185 pounds by accident.
You guys,
though.
I want to talk like you. Remember when I used to eat like a normal human being too? Well, here's the thing. If we end up getting stuck here in the studio, we're going to be able to survive just fine.
Why? What we got?
If you're watching the live stream right now,
Yeah.
you will see next to Tommy is a 50-pound bag of onions.
Now, why would I have a 50-pound bag of onions?
So this morning I get to the studio at 3 o'clock in the morning,
Hmm.
and outside of the studio is a 50-pound bag of onions that you're seeing on the live stream, a noisemaker, what would you call this thing?
It's a bullhorn.
Bullhorn, yeah, bullhorn.
Like a cheerleader.
Yep, from the Elba Lancers High School sporting whatever.
Yeah.
And a letter on the thing. It says, to the break room, Tommy, Duffy, Kimmy, from Elba, the onion capital of the
Look at
world, Queens and Farmers.
So somebody schlepped these onions all the way in from Elba overnight.
You got it. Yeah, because I found him at 3 o'clock in the morning. All right, so let's see how far the ride from Elba would be to where we are right now.
45?
If
Elba's out there, right?
36 minutes.
Okay.
But that's not by Eagle. Maybe they had a bird drop them
No,
off.
yeah.
Now, the reason these folks from Elba dropped this stuff off is yesterday, around 20 after 6, 6:30-ish, we were talking about the Elba Onion Queen.
Yes.
It's a contest for young ladies out there, scholarship, things like
crowned.
that. Yeah, you got it. And we talked to a gentleman who was married to an Onion Queen runner-up. Her sister won the Onion Queen. His sister was an Onion Queen at one point, and I guess it's a big deal out in Elba. And I guess to say thank you for Tommy making fun of the Onion Queen crown, they brought us a 50-pound bag of onions.
Right.
Because Elba is known for their onions. Kimmy discovered yesterday they are the onion capital
of the world.
Right. All right, so I will say this first. Right. It is very sweet of this person to drive 40 minutes to drop us off this onion, give us these onions. Very nice.
Unlimited onions.
Yeah.
50 pounds of onions. That being said, What the hell are we going to do with 50 pounds of onions?
Well, so far, we've had one person come down and take 3 onions.
Marty,
our traffic gal,
took
3 onions.
3 onions. So now we're down to 49 pounds of onions.
And I don't need any onions. I'm all good on onions.
You seem like an onion guy.
I like onions. I do.
But and you don't like them enough to take any onions home?
You're not going to take any?
I don't have any onion needs at the moment.
What do you mean? You got a Blackstone. You
Yeah.
get onion to hell.
Oh, yeah.
You could do like the volcano, like the hibachi volcano with the
look
onions.
at you.
Damn. I'm not there. I'm not
Not there
with-
yet.
Not there with skills.
There's enough onions where you can just keep practicing and practicing and practicing.
Well, I
until
know
you
2
nail
other
it.
people that have Blackstones that could take it.
Yes,
Yeah.
no, I'm going to
No,
take
we'll
some
take
onions.
some onions.
But
Are
I'm
you
not
really?
going to take 49 pounds of
You
onions.
taking any?
I'll take a few.
You don't even cook.
You can always use your onions.
You can always use an onion.
Well, you can.
All right,
It'll
I'll
last a
take it.
while.
I'm going to take 1 onion.
No, you're going to take more than 1 onion. We got 49 effing pounds of onions left.
Spezzano, I know he loves to cook.
Okay.
He does all that Italian cooking, and he could use some onions.
Look, I sent the email out. Please
Yeah.
come take onions.
But
And we've only
nobody
had-
wants to come down here and take these onions because
Because it's sitting right next to you.
and we're going to rip on them.
Exactly.
Well, I'm not going to.
This
No,
is
I,
a dangerous
Like
room.
I'm already judging Marty for coming down here and taking 3
well, I
onions.
personally went to her and said, please take some onions.
And I was like, all right, here we go. Here we go.
What?
Here come the freebie onion crew.
People are going to think it's a trap.
Oh, no, I mean, what if it was a
The
trap?
break room's offering
Here come the
onions
onion
this morning.
glommers.
Why, if we were going to trap them, would we not give them
I
better
don't know.
things than onions?
But I
Cheese
wouldn't
onion.
risk it.
With all due respect to the person
Yeah.
that drops off the onions, who buys onions in that? I mean,
And
we're not.
50 yeah, I don't know.
I
That's
can't
a
think
lot
of a
onions.
restaurant that would eat
No.
50 pounds of onions. What can we do with 50 pounds of onions? 252 WCMF 2529263. Because look, man, I had to drag that. That's heavy as hell. I had to drag that thing in
It's
here
50
from the
pounds
front
onions.
step. Thank you.
It's dead weight.
Yeah,
I
all
thought you
of
were
it.
working out.
No, I mean, look, I got it with one hand because I had to open the door, but it wasn't a fun experience for me, and I don't want to have to drag.
Those would be Funyuns.
Boo! I don't want to have to drag him back outside, throw him in my back of my Pilot, and then.
Bro, just zoom out in the street.
Well, no, because that was the funniest part, right?
Right.
Like, 'cause, like in our neighborhood, there's homeless folks that are wandering around.
Yeah.
Right.
What's a homeless person going to do with an onion? Eat it like an apple?
That's just it.
It'd
Like
be
that-
hard to carry
Oh.
around.
So nutritious.
But that bag was out there all night, and not even the homeless guys
Yeah.
were like, "Hey, we'll take the onions."
Well, you can't do anything with it. You're not going to eat them. It's
You're not going to eat
be,
them raw.
You're
Yeah.
not going to use it for a pillow.
Oh,
The street would be more comfortable.
I guess you can saute all of the onions.
Wait, make what?
One giant pot of sauce.
Sauteed onions?
Well, no, that's just it. I mean, both of you are Italian. You can use these to make sauce.
the hell
But
does
you
that
still
mean?
don't need 50 pounds.
You're
I
the
mean,
They're very derogatory.
You're the one that said I
you
Italian. earlier.
Italian, dude. Take your onions.
No, you Italians
Your food
love
stinks.
onions. That's why you
Well, that's why I knew Spezzano cooks.
That's literally what I was repeating what you said.
But I said it nice.
No, you didn't. You said I Italian.
Hey, use people.
Yeah, I said use people. No, like now that I'm thinking about it, there isn't a food you can make with just an onion. Like every other kind of vegetable,
Yeah.
you can just eat it straight
yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Could season it and eat it. Yeah.
It's like garlic. You got to add. It goes with other things.
You know what we could do? We can make a hell of a lot of bloomin' onions.
I don't
You
think those are the
could,
kind of onions
yeah.
you use.
Yellow onion.
Don't they use that big onion?
Oh yeah, but we'll just make smaller,
Yeah.
yellower,
Crappier blooming
bloomin' onion.
onions.
We don't have a lot of options right
You
now.
who's got a deep fryer?
Well, no, you just
Dude, what, you got to fry that
no, you
thing.
get a pot, like because they're smaller onions. So you just get like a pot and you fill that with
Man,
oil.
you think I'm
and
doing all
drop
that
it in.
work for a goddamn onion?
You ain't gonna do it. You ain't gonna eat it anyway because you's a bitch. You was a non-blooming onion
Yes.
eating bitch.
They're
Would
very
sit
fattening.
next. And by the way, the video right now on our live stream, you sitting next to 50 pounds of onions just feels right for some reason.
Yeah.
It just looks
Why?
appropriate.
Because we both stink.
Like on one side you got that fake plant, and on the other side you got 50 pounds of onions. The other great thing that they dropped off, again, these
Wait,
folks from Elba,
yeah.
very sweet of them. They drove 40 minutes to drop off 50 pounds of onions.
Very sweet. Can they come back and get them?
We're like, come back and take your onions.
Yeah.
This noisemaker bullhorn from
Yeah.
the high school. They also gave us an Elba Onion Queen crown that is residing near Kimmy right now. So, yeah, Kimmy's going to grab it. We took pictures of Kimmy and Tommy.
Yes.
And we're gonna allow you on Twitter to vote who the break room Elba Onion Queen is this morning. Kimmy nailed it.
Yes. Well, she did the happy face. Pageant face.
That's your pageant face?
Just a smile. I know that's difficult for you.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
You're proving it now. You can't even. Did they make that onion queen crown?
That's what I was wondering. Like, is this a legitimate like pageant crown?
That could have come off the head of a queen.
I hope that they have a nicer crowd than that for the actual onion queen.
I mean, this looks like
Flimsy.
vintage.
It looks flimsy. It looks like you got it at Burger King.
Well, no, it's like those poppers that some people do it. Yeah. No, even the Burger King crowns are more sturdy than that.
Yeah, you're right.
252 WCMF 252-9263. What the hell are we supposed to do with 50 pounds of onions?
By the way, so they were sitting at the front door of this building, correct?
Yes.
This morning.
Yeah.
So that means so we had 50 pounds of onions sitting in 40 pounds of pigeon poo that is basically covering the front of this building.
Yeah,
like you literally have to walk through pigeon crap to get into this building.
I would wash the onions.
It is thick with bird crap.
You definitely want to wash those before you use them.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Michelle's going to help us out. Hey, Michelle, how are you?
Hey, I'm just turkey.
That's great. What can I do for you?
You need to make French onion soup out of all those onions.
Okay.
Yeah, I want soup today when it's going to be 90 in a storm.
Stormy days are good soup days.
You ask what to make with it. You make French onion soup. You smell up the whole neighborhood, and you drive Tommy out of the place.
All
that
those
would
things
do that,
are all good. No, she's right. We could make a ton of French onion soup. We just need a lot of cheese.
Oh yeah, you put
And
that
a lot of bread.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right. Do you know how to make French onion soup, Michelle?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it hard?
No, it's extremely easy.
Done. All right. That's
You saute the onions, add sherry and chicken broth, and you're good.
done. All right, bro. That's
Easy
what we're gonna
enough.
do.
Like French onion soup sucks. I'll tell you
No,
why.
it doesn't. I like French onion soup.
Whoa.
It blows.
Whoa, that's
No.
a hot take, bro.
Who hates French onion soup?
Because it doesn't make any sense. Like you have like this liquidy broth nothing, and then there's like a pound of cheese and bread on top. I'd rather just have the cheese and bread than your like murky
No,
prison
that adds
soup.
to the cheese and bread.
Yeah.
You know
the
what? You know
soup
it's
is-
French. The French. It was a French prison food.
No, it wasn't. Shut
Yes, it
up.
was, because the
Oh,
French
no,
didn't have
no.
anything.
Oh, they didn't have anything.
That's why it's
what
called
they
French
did.
onion
is that
soup.
what they did? Yeah, it's not called French onion prison soup, you idiot.
It is, but
Oh, yeah?
they took the
changed
prison
it?
part
Yeah,
out
did they?
so they could sell idiots like this woman on the phone soup.
Michelle, thank you for the idea. We really appreciate it. All right, how many gallons of soup do you think 50 pounds?
Bro,
of
this
onions
is
would
like
make?
if you were on an aircraft carrier and it was French onion soup night, this would be too much. You would have leftovers for a couple of battleships and a cruiser.
How many onions does Elba have where you can give us this many free onions?
Yeah, that's right. Like they're losing money here.
I mean, right? Like, what is? So we looked up because part of us was like, maybe we could flip these onions because we don't want to do it.
Okay.
There's 79 cents a pound, the yellow
Yeah.
onions. So that's like what, $40 worth of onions?
Yeah. Just sitting here.
I mean, there is a soup kitchen around the corner.
Oh, the open door.
Will they take a bag of onions?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Don't they take food donations?
Well, no, I don't know if like you can just drop off like your because this isn't like canned or like
bro,
packaged.
bro.
What?
It's early. Slide over there, leave it by the door.
Okay.
Don't take the onions. They don't take the onions.
Well, no, but then then the onions are their problem. I don't want to like cause them problems. They got to dispose.
Hey,
of them.
it's free food. You got hungry people. Sorry for you.
No, but they didn't know where it came from. It's not like packaged. It's in a sack. It's a sack of onions.
What do you think? They're like tainted onions?
Well, I don't know. What worst 80s song of all time?
Tainted onion.
Onion.
Tainted onion.
He's not. Why did you sing it like that?
I don't know.
It's like you got a mouthful of French onion prison soup.
Here's the weird thing. That room doesn't smell like onions.
How many onions have to be in the room for the room to smell like onions? Because it's more than 50 pounds.
I mean, I bet you if you started chopping up the onion, it's
Well,
going to
yeah,
smell like
obviously.
onions.
But I just thought if you had a bag of onions, the room would reek of onion.
Apparently not.
Not at all.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jeff. Hey, Jeff, how's it going, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, Jeff.
Hey, I know it's funny about the onions and stuff, but there's a lot of people in town that take a whole lot of pride in farming these onions, from planting them and to harvest them and to sending them out to the stores. And my 18-year-old son is out there right now, sun up to sundown, farming these onions.
That's awesome. No, Jeff, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. We're all fans of onions.
Yes.
The issue here is the amount of onions that we have. I
For
don't
three
know-
people.
Yeah, like we each are responsible at this point for about 18 pounds of onions.
Yeah, just put them in your basement; they'll be fine.
But see, I don't know how long, even if I put them in my basement, how many years it would take to get through 18 pounds of onions from a family. Jeff, like your son's an onion farmer. How many onions do you go through on a weekly basis?
Not that many.
Okay, Jeff.
Well,
so
then what are you
there's a
putting it
problem.
on me for? You don't even eat the goddamn things that much. I love this guy. My son's out there all day doing these onions. I don't eat them that much, but you should, you little prick.
I just want
Eat
to
like
let
a
you guys
man.
know that in Elba, where the population is just right, they take a lot of pride in what they do to provide these onions for people. So I just wanted to let you guys know that.
Well, no, Jeff,
Whoa,
we understand.
thanks for shaming me now with these onions, man.
Jeff, thank you. Thank you for
Now
the
I
call.
got onion shame.
No, we're now because of Jeff.
You're so angry about onions.
no,
It's like
I'm
putting it
kind
on
of
me,
pissed
man.
off,
I go to work, I sit down, all of a sudden I'm responsible for these onions and his kid out in the farm working the onion fields. Like it's all on me now.
No, he's right.
I got to sit there and eat raw onions just to appreciate what this kid's doing.
Yeah, Tommy's totally right. He comes in all Willie Nelson farm mate on us
Yeah.
and then admits that he hardly eats an
He
onion
don't
a
eat
week.
'em.
What the hell, Jeff?
I don't eat them goddamn things. They stick up the house, Ma.
You don't appreciate the hard work that goes into these onions.
I didn't
do
ask
onions-
for them. It wasn't like I went out to the field and said, hey, give me these onions. Now I'm going to throw them in a river.
How long do onions last if you keep them?
Well, you keep it in the basement. They'll keep they'll keep all the spirits away.
Who are you talking to
I
right
know.
now? Can you Google the life expectancy of onions, please?
Life expectancy.
How long do we have to eat these 50 pounds of onions now that Jeff shamed us into having to eat every
Onion shame.
morsel of onion?
Eat like an American boy. Eat them onion.
Do you think if we went outside and set up a table, we could sell the onions one by one?
Oh, who's grabbing an onion, walking down to go to work?
Work onion. Tie it around your belt, which was a style at the time.
Whole raw onions can last 2 to 3 months in a cool, dry, and dark place.
That's it? I was waiting to hear like years.
No.
Well, 3 months is pretty good for
Yeah.
an onion.
Well, no, but we'd have to eat 18 pounds of
Yeah,
onions each in
it
3
ain't
months.
happening.
That's not going to... Onion rings, we can make a whole bunch of onion rings.
I love onion rings.
But can you make onion rings out of yellow onions?
Probably you can make it out of anything.
No, I'm saying I thought onion rings were white onions.
No.
I-
I just thought it was cooking onion.
No, there's... What?
White onion.
White onion, the bigger onions. I thought the bigger onions were the onion rings. These are yellow onions. These are the smaller onions.
What do you do with these?
That's what I'm asking you,
Chili.
idiot.
You make chili.
Okay, we could make... Yeah, it's the middle of summer.
I know. Well, make a half pot of chili,
Okay.
half pot of onion soup, and then sit there and eat sweaty soup during a goddamn rainstorm. Thank you.
Kimmy, are you looking up which onions we use to make onion rings?
So I guess you can use a variety of onions, but the best ones to use are
The Spanish onion.
sweet onion.
Ah, the Vidalia onion.
Shut up.
Oh my god, I hate you so much.
Shut
The
up.
high end
Shut up.
from Vidalia, Georgia.
You shouldn't know that.
A good Christian onion.
We have a dynamite, not one of your heathen onions from Elba kind of break group for you this morning here on CMF. Seriously, if anyone has any idea what to do with the onions, get at us. You can get at me at Duffy.
Or
at
come by and
WCMF.
grab an onion.
No, let's not invite listeners down for onions because then we're going to have people outside. One onion, please.
Come to our door, stand in pigeon crap, and wait for your free onion.
Do not do what this man says. We are not going to bring you an onion. Just after, oh no, it's Wednesday, excuse me.
Yeah.
You know what that means?
Oh, we've already started hating things.
That's right, hate mail of the week. And this is a kind of a different hate mail of the week this week because it's not direct hate.
Yeah.
This is a man trying to take advantage of an opportunity, or at least what he saw as an opportunity. Because 2 weeks ago, I went to the hospital in the middle of the show.
Yeah.
Show ended early, and we talked about it. We'll recap it on Wednesday. But apparently, after I explained what had happened, this man decided he was going to try and help out the station
Okay.
and help out himself.
Oh.
Because if somebody gets to a point where they can't do their job anymore, you need to find a replacement.
Yeah. Recruiting.
And I can't figure out if this is a go-getter move on his part
Yeah.
or a dick move on his
Oh.
part. Because, I get it, but I also kind of hate him.
All right.
We'll read you the letter.
All right.
Just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy. You know who could use those onions?
Not me.
A restaurant.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a pizza place opening back up in our town that hasn't been here in a very, very long time. And as much as, we always wish all of these businesses well,
Yeah.
it is strange that they would try this now.
A pizza joint.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's a restaurant we haven't had in Rochester for a while.
Really?
And, I mean, it's a national chain, very popular. But what's hard to understand is why the folks that are bringing this back would choose now.
Do we need it?
In Rochester. I mean, if you're asking my opinion, no. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. This law that we discovered a couple of months ago was still on the books in New York is changing. They're wiping it out. And it should be changing because, it shouldn't be illegal to do this in your personal life. I mean, it's
My freedom.
It's unethical, but it shouldn't be against the law. However, there are people arguing, a small amount of people, that this law should stay.
Okay.
Because if the state actually enforced it, which they hardly ever did, you wouldn't have people getting cheated on.
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Papa John's is back, baby.
Damn.
They are opening a new location on West Henrietta Road right there on the Brighton line.
Is that the Shack Pizza?
Yeah, Shack Pizza.
Right.
Yeah, Shack bought into Papa John's, yes. Now, story in the...
Did you get those Shackaronis?
We get the Shackaronis.
Oh, we get the Shackaronis.
You get the Shackaronis. Story of the Democrat Chronicle says the Papa John's will be open no later than July 22nd, and it will be the first Papa John's in Rochester in over 6 years.
Wow, been that long.
Yep, all the Papa John's left Rochester not long after the scandal involving its founder, Papa John Shatner, who might be legitimately insane. Remember that audio we had where he talked about the reckoning and how he would... Do we still have that audio?
What was I forget? I don't even remember
Probably.
what happened.
He was
It's been
doing...
So long.
Well, okay, so...
It was on like a conference call, right?
Yeah, he was using racial slurs. He was caught. There was
Okay.
allegations of sexual harassment and inappropriate stuff within the business.
So
And
he
then
was getting some Shackaronis.
He was... Dude went off the deep
All right, so he
end.
went nuts.
And he kept doubling down,
Hey.
and that's when he was forced out of his own company. But here's the thing. It's not clear if any of the Rochester Pizza, Papa John's closing had anything to do with the scandal.
Yeah.
Was right around the same time. Do we have that audio of Papa John Shatner? Kimmy.
So what this is it sounds like an...
Take your time. We're just doing it right. I'll tell you what. I'll look at the 50-pound bag of onions while you're looking.
They're
I don't
very
think this
entertaining.
is the audio you're looking for.
Okay, doesn't matter. None of this
All
matters. It's a strange move.
To bring Papa John back.
Yeah, here to Rochester. And, of course, we wish all the best to the folks opening these pizza plates up. But Rochester has such a rich local pizza tradition.
Yeah, and they're all over the place.
Local chains dominate, Tom.
Oh, yeah.
Salvatore's, Pantello's, Mark's, Cariglio's. Then you have Wegmans and Tops. They sell a ton of pies on a daily basis. Then you have the one-off mom and pops that line every street in every suburb on the east and west side. I mean, when it comes to business, it seems those pizza places have been kicking the crap out of the national competitors that show up in Rochester. Pizza Hut has pulled back in the greater Rochester area over the last 10 years. They've closed some locations entirely. Others have moved away from the in-store dining to a takeout only. Do you know that I can't get a Pizza Hut pizza delivered to my house in Henrietta?
Well, so you had to drive to a Pizza Hut location?
If I wanted a Pizza Hut
Yeah.
pizza, I would have to drive to the pizza. That's how few there are. I can't even
Wow.
get a Pizza Hut pizza at my house.
Because they were the man at one point.
That's what I'm saying. It's
Damn.
weird to see. Little Caesars has had some success, but they're the cheapest pizza possible, and that's by design.
But I'm also thinking, like, every time I go to a restaurant, I'm always surprised that there's pizzas on the menu and they're not pizza joints.
Okay, I never eat those pizzas.
Those
But
are more
people
like
must be-
wood-fired pizzas, I feel like,
But
though.
those got to cut into the competition, too.
Yeah, good point.
I don't know. If I'm seeking like a good... If I'm buying pizza for multiple people, I'm not probably going to a restaurant. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm saying, like, you like Mediterranean food.
Yeah.
And there's a ton of those Mediterranean restaurants around here. Every one of them's got a goddamn pizza menu.
Yeah, but that's not like real pizza.
not
It's
the same.
delicious.
It's like- yeah.
I'll tell
It's
you what,
good.
it's
No,
way
it's-
better.
But I've
Stop.
Way better.
no.
Those are the people that invented this
No,
stuff.
shut
It's
up. That's
good.
not.
You want to
no.
eat you want your West Side Chef Boyardee, Daddy Doesn't Love Me Anymore pizza. Eat your pizza.
Well, is there something about the onions sitting next to you?
I
that's
don't know. I
making
think I'm
you-
starting to
Okay.
smell them. These onions are starting to bloom.
No, you're out of your mind.
Yeah.
That
It's
these-
just a different style of pizza. Like both good, but like if I want like
Yeah,
a
don't be a
pizza
fence
pie,
straddler.
like I'm
Pick
not
a
going
side.
to I'm not getting wood-fired pizza.
Yeah, that Mediterranean pizza sucks. I mean,
Yeah,
I'll
it's
eat it.
good.
No, it's not good.
No, the bread's good.
It's not good.
It's
Give me
pretty
grilled
good.
shrimp and eggplant on a pizza. That's delicious.
That's not
That's
a
not, but
pizza.
that's
a
not
bitch
your standard
plate.
pizza.
You a bitch.
I'll eat bitch pizza.
You know, I mean, we're at the point now where even gas stations are taking a piece
Oh, yeah.
out of the local powerhouses.
Right.
I mean, it's hard to beat a $10 hot and ready to go
Yeah.
pizza, no matter what the quality is. So I guess what I'm asking here, and the phone
What's
number is
that?
252 WCMF. What is this new Papa John's hoping to accomplish? Are there folks here in the greater Rochester area that have desperately missed Papa John's
Yeah, they got to be
pizza?
fans.
Well, but says who?
I don't know.
Because I haven't thought about Papa John's other than
No.
when Papa John would show up in the news.
Right,
Like,
but
are there people that missed it that much, like, that are just dying to have it again? Because I think that, I mean, there's still, like, some chain pizza places around here, to your point, where, like, I would think that would satisfy your pizza needs.
I don't know. There's nothing, again, with all due respect, because I am a pizza snob.
Yeah, you are.
There's nothing at Papa John's that was, like, so good that I
was
wanted
pretty
to
standard
have that.
pizza,
The only
right?
thing unique that they had was, like, that butter, you know, it was
dipping
like
sauce for
the
the
dipping
crust, yeah.
sauce. But other than
Tommy doesn't
that,
even know because he has no crap about nothing.
Wait, they
that's
had butter
like the
dipping
only
sauce?
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
that's the
can
only
dip your
thing I
crust
know
in.
that was like really unique about Papa John's, like that people, that was like their go-to.
Like the strangest part about this renaissance of Papa John's, this rising of Papa John's again here in Rochester with this new store opening before July 22nd in Henrietta. If we're being real,
Yeah.
Papa John's wasn't even in Rochester all that long before they left the first time. It was less than 20 years. Because I remember the first one showed up after the year 2000. I remember it well.
Yeah.
But like compare that to all.
Memory lane of pizza.
No, I do. I remember because there was one Papa John's on the west side, and if we wanted it delivered, we had to go ride our bikes to the parking lot of Parkminster Church on Chili Avenue
wait for it?
and
There was
wait for
one
them
in-
to deliver it there.
On
Yeah.
Long Pond too, I think.
It's like
briefly.
a drug connection.
It kind of was. Like we would sit on our bikes. I was like 12, 13 years old, and we would sit on our bikes and wait for the pizza. But like compare that to all these other places that have been around.
Yeah, I
in
can't
Rochester.
imagine them making a dent in the market.
Like that Pontillo's on Ridge Road in Greece, I'm pretty sure they signed the Declaration of Independence in there. That's how long that pizza place has been there. It looks like an old school pizza
Yeah.
joint. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh,
Which one are
yeah.
you talking about?
The Pontillo's on Ridge Road in Greece, down the street from the Chick-fil-A. It's like a little shack. It's got a green awning on it. Like you walk in, like it's like the original asteroids. Like I'm almost offended
What?
that like we don't need more pizza, man.
You don't.
Apparently we do, I guess.
I can't imagine why. To your
Right?
point. Like, I have access to so many pizza joints right now from my house. We all do.
Yeah, like if we were to get on Uber Eats at this moment, there would be 15 pizza places that would deliver to this studio
Right
right
now.
now.
Yeah.
Literally right now. In fact, like I'm not even exaggerating right now. Like there's 3 places I know of that will deliver us breakfast pizza at this moment if we were to call them right now.
Yeah.
Right now. And also,
What is Shaq doing, man?
well, I mean, he's like one of the most successful athlete business entrepreneurs of all time.
Somebody, we should call him Shaq.
No, and here's the thing. I'm not saying there's not a place for Papa John's in the world.
I understand.
Because like there are places we've been to traveling with what we did for a
Well, the
living.
Midwest was always like pizza starved.
Yeah.
But maybe that doesn't even exist anymore.
I don't know, man. I went to D.C. and I had some pizza there. It was gross. Like I would have a Papa John's over the pizza I had in Washington
Really?
D.C. Yeah, it was not
It's
good.
an old city. I think they've been making pizza there forever.
What do you want from me, man? It wasn't good.
See how they treat Italians in this country?
Yeah, you need the Greeks. Greeks making you pizza like a bitch-ass bitch. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Larry. Hey, Larry, how are you, buddy?
Oh, not bad, guys. I'm just heading into work. So, me and my wife, when we go to my father-in-law's house, we get pizza from Papa John's all the time. They are out up in the Buffalo area on the Papa John's locations when we go up and see her dad. But that's for a chain restaurant pizza place. That's our favorite chain pizza place to go.
Okay, but why
Go
wouldn't you
get
go local if you
Yeah,
have the
Buffalo's
opportunity?
got good pizza.
Man.
No, they do. They got some good spots.
Yeah.
No, we do like our local pizza, but for a chain place, we do like to go to Papa John's. My wife loves the big chocolate chip cookie you can get from there.
Okay, I'm not gonna get a cookie from a pizza place, Larry. I'm deeply offended by everything you've said into a microphone in the last 35 seconds. Deeply offended. But can we offer you 10 pounds of onions?
Sure, why not?
Okay, great. We'll have them ready for you at the studio. Larry, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. That guy sucks. His family sucks.
I just feel bad for him. He's got to schlep all the way to like Buffalo to see some crusty old fart.
and he gets chain pizza
Yeah.
out
And it's
of
not
it.
even his family. It's his father-in-law.
You know, as we have this discussion about all the other pizza places locally that exist,
Yeah.
we also can't underestimate the effect at-home pizza is having on some of these pizza
Oh, the
places.
pizza oven?
Well, you got the outdoor pizza oven and then the
The
pizza.
paisano. Look how fast it makes it.
You also have the pizza oven grill attachments,
Yeah.
right?
Oh.
And both have blown the F up over the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
And there are lots of families who believe they are making better pizza than the pizza places they order from. And whether or not that's true,
Right.
it's still fewer pizzas that these places are selling than they would have in the past.
Yeah, I could never get motivated to make a pizza at home. To your point, I could pick up the phone and have 17 cars in my driveway full of pizza. I'm going to fire up the old school oven.
If you used to work in a restaurant, I think there's a draw to making stuff that
making the
only,
dough.
and like stuff that you discovered as like a secret recipe that no one will make for you. Because there is like this sausage, mushroom, onion, ricotta pizza that I made as a kid that it's like really, really good.
But you made it?
Well, yeah, I worked in a restaurant that also made pizzas.
Oh. I forgot you had so many goddamn jobs.
Yeah, I'm sorry that we didn't all get to steal from one grocery store for 15 years.
The only thing about that is I can understand the draw of it if you're just making pizzas for like you and your family. But if you have people over, I feel like that's not the most like convenient meal to have because you got to you're gonna make one pizza at a time. I'm assuming they're kind of small. You're gonna want to eat it while it's still hot.
So
then you
you're
gotta
just
wait for the
making
next
pizza all night.
Yeah.
Like you like her old man comes over. You throwing him
he
one
needs
skinny,
at least 2 pizzas.
skinny ass little pie from your puny little paisano oven.
Look, I'm with you. I would rather order a pizza from somewhere else.
Right.
But these people take a lot of pride in their pizzas. And
I know.
And I meant these people. You know what I meant when I said that.
There's those pizza oven people.
All right, let's take a break. This law is changing, and it should change, right? You don't need the government sticking their nose in your relationship. However, there is a small amount of people who, after they discovered this was still on the books in New York State, we talked about it a couple months ago, that want this to stay.
Oh.
Because their argument is if the state actually punished people, which they have not been doing for this, it would save a lot of money, it would prevent diseases, it would help children.
Wait, diseases and children.
That's right. And it would stop breaking hearts.
Oh, damn it.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's the end of an era in New York State.
What happened?
Well, a law that really makes no sense and way oversteps personal boundaries by the government is about to go away. But we don't know how well this law would have actually worked because it was almost never enforced.
Oh.
And if this was something that New York State decided they wanted to pursue, would it have made family life better for all of us here as a whole?
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning, there is an East Side animal problem.
Oh.
Folks that live in a neighborhood out in Penfield are alarmed. They are scared. They say they feel trapped
So
in
it's
their
wildlife?
own homes. Yes.
Damn.
And they want the town to do something about it. However, the town has evaluated the situation. It did not give them the answer they want. And, Tommy, if there's one thing we know about people on the East Side, when you don't tell them something they want to hear,
What happened?
things get nasty. And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. A few months ago, we shared with you that adultery, cheating on your husband or wife, was against the law in New York State.
Oh.
Like, you could be arrested and punished for it. The law, which was enacted in 1907, even then was controversial. There are op-ed pieces in newspapers in 1907 saying that this should not be a law. Over time, everyone kind of forgot it was a law. And it was rarely used. It's only been enforced 13 times since 1972 in the state of New York.
Okay. I mean, I kind of get why they would write it originally, because if the guy leaves the nest, the woman was basically in poverty and had no money.
Au contraire, it was the other way.
What do you mean?
The law was used to shame women that were caught cheating on their
makes sense.
husbands. I mean,
So it was even
Especially
more
at that
broad.
time.
Yes, bro, it's 1907. You think they're going to hold dudes accountable?
Yeah, true.
That being said, even when this law was enforced the 13 times since 1972, it was either dismissed or ended in a small fine. And it was such an unknown law that when it came up a couple of months ago, state lawmakers did what they could to get rid of it.
Just read it out the book.
And that's what they did. The lawmakers accomplished their goal. They passed a bill to repeal the law. And now all that has to happen is the governor's signature and it becomes official. All cheaters across the state can now rejoice. It is no longer illegal to cheat on your husband or wife. However, a small group of people, surprisingly, believe that this law should still stand.
And be enforced.
Yes. This small group
Why?
argue this law is designed to keep families together, to keep children taken care of, and to prevent the spread of sexually transmitted diseases.
That I don't get. The sexually transmitted disease.
Well,
thing.
if I am only having sex with my spouse, I have no chance of contracting and continuing to spread a sexually transmitted disease.
All right, but I mean, you're still going to cheat. You're
Well,
still
no.
going to, even though these laws would exist.
Oh, no,
Did anybody
no.
take into consideration the law before they decided to cheat?
Well, but that's just it. Their argument is the law was only ineffective because it was never enforced
Right.
and the majority of people were unaware it was against the law. They argue that if the state were to keep this law and actually arrest people, cheating would disappear.
Yeah, but you would just create these miserable marriages that people don't want to be in. And how's that going to be? How's that going to be living around the
But
house?
people cheat and still stay in their marriage.
And you can get a divorce. This is
Yeah, but
cheating. This is not splitting with somebody.
I don't think it would prevent. Yeah.
I love how for you, cheating and breaking up is synonymous. Like, you're not breaking up until you decide you're going to cheat.
Yeah.
Okay? You can just break up and then go sleep with somebody else.
You could. But let's say you can't afford to break up. Let's say for some reason it's a marriage of convenience. It is. Like, I can't afford to. People are locked in these mortgages and homes, that, like you said, and housing stuff. You might just be stuck with each other.
Okay. So the penalty for adultery, as it's written right now until the governor signs this bill, is a $500 fine and up to 3 months in jail.
Damn.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If the state were to enforce, if you cheated on your spouse, that you would get a $500 fine and 3 months in jail, do you think it would keep married folks from messing around? 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
No, of course not.
You don't
it's
think so?
human nature. If you want to cheat, you want to look around.
It's also human nature to steal, but the laws we have in effect keep the majority of people from stealing.
Stealing and cheating are two different things.
No, I am aware of
Going
this.
and taking somebody else's property is one thing. Two adults deciding they want to do this should be nobody's business.
No. I'm not arguing. Hold on. We're having two different arguments.
Right.
I am not arguing that you should steal. And I'm not arguing that you should cheat. I'm saying if your argument is it's human nature to cheat on your spouse or want to have sex, it's also human nature to want to take that thing that someone else has.
I don't think that. I think it's human nature to want to.
What's capitalism, man?
I think it's human nature to want to breed and want somebody to love or just want some intimacy or you're just horny. I think that's a natural urge. I don't think people have a natural urge to steal.
You don't think people have a natural urge to consume all things possible?
No, to steal. No.
Yes, that would be okay.
I disagree, and I am somebody that has cheated and somebody that has stolen, and I'm telling you, it's two different ends of the brain.
It's called cheating, which is what stealing is. I'm sorry, Kimmy, go ahead.
It's not cheating, it's eating, and eating ain't cheating.
Think about the risks.
Cheating and eating ain't cheating.
Think about the risks you take cheating. Take the law out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, you're risking blowing up your marriage, your
Right.
family,
And you're willing to do it.
and you're still willing to do that. I would think the fine and potential jail time is less of a risk to some people than blowing up your whole life.
Okay, that's a valid point.
Right.
That is a valid point. However,
Senator Kimmy.
I would make the argument that most people don't think their spouse is ever going to find out. That's why they do it.
Right.
True, but
Well-
couldn't you make the same argument for getting caught in general?
Well, no,
And
because-
you know what I mean.
All right, let me ask this question. Let's say that I'm going to have an affair and I'm going to sleep with a woman in a car in some parking lot.
Right.
Right? Most of the time, if you get caught having sex in a car, the cop's going to come up, knock on the window, and tell you to move along, right? They're not going to arrest you for like public lewdness or anything. But if it's now on the books that that's not my wife and I might be married, we got a
They
problem.
could.
Now I'm under arrest. How much car sex cheating you think is happening in this town, buddy?
But I don't think I don't get how it's going to make a better society.
I agree with that.
You know what I mean?
No, look, I'm not arguing for this law. I
All
agree
right.
with you. Get rid of the law. My question is, if it were to be enforced, if cheating on your spouse came with a penalty of a $500 fine and 3 months in jail, would that keep people from cheating?
I think probably not.
Is there a woman you've met that would be worth having sex with her once for 3 months in jail?
I'm sure they're out there.
No, I'm asking you. Have you ever come across that woman?
Yeah, I'm sure.
You're telling me
Yeah.
there's a woman that you would have had sex with once in exchange for going to jail for 3 months.
Oh, I think there's every guy who would, especially in the moment. If you're at some bar and she's grabbing your package and she's all over you,
She's grabbing your package,
and
he
you're
says.
you got a half a buzz on, and you've got a pre-boner that won't quit. You're trying to tell me the jailer's going to be interrupting that situation?
You're going to justify anything in the moment,
Okay,
right?
all
Right, and that's
Again,
usually
like-
how this stuff happens.
Again, like you're already taking such a big risk, ruining your life.
And you don't set out cheating. It creates a situation where the cheating moon's a line, and next thing you know you're knuckle
Oh, I
deep.
think there are some people that set out.
I love him. No, he's such a
cheat.
baby,
Bro, I know-
baby. I
Yeah.
didn't mean to cheat, baby. It just kind of happened. I love
It's kinda how it
you.
happens,
It's just human
man.
nature, baby. Come on, baby. I love you.
Yeah, but
It's
okay.
a crime of opportunity.
Okay, but then you continue on with it.
Yes.
What would you call that?
Yeah, a good time.
There you go. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Dave. Hey, Dave. How are you, buddy?
Oh, Dave the cheetah.
Hey, Pat. Yeah, my take on that is that you start arresting or fining people for cheating, then that's just going to make the relationship worse. That's going to sink it.
No, I
That's
agree.
my
I mean,
opinion on it.
yeah. And again, I'm not arguing you should. I'm asking, Dave, do you think if this were to be enforced, it would prevent men and women from cheating on their spouses?
They would knock it off.
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Have you cheated, Dave?
No, I'm not married.
Have you been cheated on?
Yes,
You have been cheated on. Would you?
by a best friend.
Okay, all right. Would you want that person locked up for 3 months and fined $500?
No.
Dave, you lie. Why you lie into federal airwaves?
It's
Dave.
not worth it, Pat.
All right. Dave, thanks for the call. Again, I'm not arguing it should happen.
I understand.
I'm curious, do you think
Yeah,
it would
would
prevent
it
people?
stop anything?
Yeah, I don't want people going to jail for cheating. That's a stupid thing. Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to say something. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Before we go back to the phones, here's what I want to know.
Yeah.
What is cheating as defined? What is adultery as defined by New York State? Could you look that up for me? Because as you said a second ago, there are some things that rhyme with cheating that you think ain't cheating.
Well, there's the eating ain't cheating.
Okay.
Beating ain't cheating.
So, like, is it just the act of sexual intercourse that is cheating? That would get me locked up? Does it have to involve my genitals for it to be considered cheating? If I make out with a woman?
I would say like, let's say you just made out with a woman.
Yeah.
I would say that's cheating.
No, but I'm asking by the definition of the law.
Oh, like what the cops would have as evidence.
Yeah.
New York state law defines adultery as sexual intercourse between two people
Sticky crank.
when either or both have a living spouse.
Yeah,
So-
you gotta have the icky sticky on you.
Is knobbing somebody intercourse?
You got sticky mouth.
No, that's not. It just says nothing about
By the way,
sticky.
that's sodomy.
It just says sexual intercourse.
So that's sodomy.
Is sodomy still on the books, though?
Well, sodomy's got to be in there with the rest of the stuff.
No, I'm asking, is it still on the books
Oh.
that sodomy is against the law in New York State? It's New York State, not in Mississippi, where we all know it's still against the law.
But the whole state smells like sodomy.
Like,
So I don't. Yeah, that's a good question. Is sodomy off the books, but adultery is still on?
is yodeling in the valley sodomy?
Oh yeah. No.
So,
Or your sodomies.
are you
But didn't they trade him?
Sidomi?
Yeah.
No, he's got his kid playing for the Leafs right now. Kimmy,
Yeah.
so that would mean then, by definition, the act of sexual intercourse could get me arrested.
Yes.
Maybe based on sodomy laws, I could get arrested for getting a knob job.
Or a back door?
But if I were to go do things to her that didn't involve P-V-G,
Yeah.
I couldn't be
So you're
arrested
saying-
under
Doesn't sound
adultery
like
law.
it.
So you're saying munchola is not sodomy?
That's what I'm asking, because that's
I-
not intercourse.
But you are munching downstairs.
Yeah, but it's not intercourse. I mean, you can make the argument that because
The lady
there's
lunchable.
a lot of sodium.
But it tastes so good.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we told you a couple months ago that adultery, it turns out, is against the law in the state of New York. Has been since
What
1907.
a hillbilly ass law is that?
Nobody really knew about it. When lawmakers discovered it was still on the books as against the law, they moved to change it. Lawmakers did this just as is awaiting the signature of the governor. However, there is a small group of people in New York who are arguing we should keep this law on the books. They argue that it would prevent the spread of diseases, would keep families together, and a whole bunch of other weird things.
All right.
And do you think people would stop cheating, would not cheat,
Halt.
if there was a
Yeah.
3-month jail term and a $500 fine, which is what the maximum penalty is? We'll take one more call. Hampton's got the last word on CMF. Hello, Hampton.
Good morning, fellas. Yeah, there's no way this is stopping anybody from cheating. Like Tommy said, cheating just happens. You don't set out to cheat. It just shows up on your penis someday, and that's how it happens.
Okay, so have you been cheated on, Hampton?
Yes, actually, it's
What, your personality? Somebody stepped out on you?
crazy, isn't it? Especially with my boyish good looks, too.
Hampton, so you wouldn't want to see that woman with a $500 fine and a 3-month jail sentence?
No, not at all. That's fine. It was a blessing in disguise when she walked. So.
That's what they all say when it hurts them really bad. Hampton, thank you for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it. All right, everybody's out. They don't think it'll hurt.
Okay. And it should. That's absolutely right.
Well, it's nothing we have to worry about anyway. Again, as soon as the governor signs this, we are all free to cheat legally
Tear it up.
for the rest of our lives. Let's take a break. There is a big-time problem, at least according to the residents of one East Side town.
So you're saying they're like ravaged by this thing?
Well, they say they are. They say they feel like
Dozens.
Yes. I mean, I didn't know that many hung out together.
I didn't
too.
either. In the open.
But these people claim they're prisoners in their own home, and they asked the town to do something about it. However, the town came out, investigated, and said there's nothing we have to do. This is how things are supposed to be.
Oh, so it's nature doing normal.
This is what the town says.
All right.
However, if there's one thing we know, Tommy,
What's that?
when East Side residents demand something
What happens?
and they don't get what they want, they don't just let it go.
Yeah.
And that showed up on 10 NBC last night. And we'll get to the story next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are two kinds of people, Tommy.
Who's that?
Folks who love wildlife. They want to live in harmony with wildlife. They invite wildlife into their world.
Oh.
And then there are these types of folks.
Yeah.
Because a neighborhood on the east side says it has itself a problem, and they want something done about it.
Okay.
However, the folks who can do something say there isn't a problem at all, and these folks just have to deal with it.
So they're on their own, basically?
Yeah, that's what the town's saying. But, Tommy, there's nothing we can do is not an answer that any upset East Sider will accept.
That's right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:30 this morning. You'd like to think that like government equipment, military equipment is like under lock and key and unstealable.
Well, yeah, that's why we keep it like in bases and stuff,
you got it.
with like guards.
Apparently, that's not the case.
Oh, really?
Because there are 3 local men who are in some serious trouble this morning.
They snagged something they shouldn't have?
A lot of things they shouldn't have, and sold these things according to authorities. But that's not the weirdest part of the story.
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Come with me, Tommy.
Where are we going?
We're going to Penfield.
Oh, nice area.
More specifically, a neighborhood off 5 Mile Line Road. That neighborhood has foxes.
Oh, they're under siege.
Like a ton
Really?
of foxes.
So they must have made a bunch of pups.
Thank you, not geologist. Damn it, now I sound dumb.
Geologist.
What's the geo thing that's a baby?
I think you threw me off on the geo thing.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Neighbors say there are dozens of foxes all throughout this specific area they live in. And the neighbors say these are not your normal foxes, Tommy.
Or they getting a little aggressive?
No.
They actually look really cute in the videos.
They're adorable.
Yeah.
So the story on 10 NBC has videos and pictures of the foxes that neighbors have taken. And the foxes are just chilling everywhere.
Just hanging out.
They're lounging in people's backyards. They're hanging out in their driveways.
Are people feeding them too?
No word on whether or not they're being fed.
Because I'm wondering if some people are feeding them, and that's why you got so many foxes in one area.
It's possible. Well, they say they think they know. We'll get to that in a sec, why they keep hanging out. But some of these foxes, they're leaning up against fences, even on top of pool slides.
That was a funny picture.
Right?
Yeah.
And the folks in the neighborhood say they are concerned for their pets and their children. They say they discovered the carcass of a baby deer. They think the foxes are responsible for killing and eating. They think that there is a fox's den in a drain
I thought
pipe.
they closed that joint. All right, so they figure out where their hideout is.
That's
where they hiding?
They think.
Fox HQ.
So after all this, they took the pictures, the videos, they reached out to the town of Penfield so something would be done about it. And the town, along with the Department of Environmental Conservation, told them to make loud noises to frighten the foxes
Well,
away.
that's what I was thinking. I know they're illegal, but firecrackers would probably do the trick.
Okay, well.
Like if you have in your backyard,
Okay, well.
maybe they'd split.
This is what some of the neighbors who live in the neighborhood say happened when they tried doing what the town and DEC told
the loud
them.
noise.
Yep, to 10 NBC last night.
We start yelling and screaming, trying to scare them away, and nothing's working.
I've tried banging.
They don't seem to respond. I mean, I had the boat horn right here, and he just looked up at me and laid back down again.
She hit him with a boat horn.
F you, lady.
I mean, yeah, if they're not running away from a blowhorn,
Right.
I don't know what other noise you can make.
I do appreciate 10 NBC bringing everyone along in the story to let us know what banging sounded like when she was doing it. So these aren't your standard foxes, Tommy. These are fearless super foxes.
Right, so they don't. You got to find something they don't like.
You got it.
Which would be hard on them.
Well, maybe they should show them a picture of you. So the neighbors, after trying what the town and DEC said, went back to them. And they were not happy with the response they got. The town and the Department of Environmental Conservation went out to see what was going on. And after observing the situation, they decided there was nothing to do.
It's just where they live.
Yes, they said the foxes are just being foxes. They're not being aggressive. None of them look rabid. They're just being the animals they are, living in a place they normally would.
So they're comfortable around humans.
Yes, they have to be left alone. And people in these neighborhoods have flipped the F out.
So they're saying by law, they can't
Didn't
touch
say
them?
by law. They're saying that this is what foxes do, and the town and the DEC are not going to do anything about it.
So you could hire a private company to come get them, right?
I don't know. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If these people were to touch these foxes, are they going to be in trouble?
But there's those companies out there you can hire.
But there's dozens.
But well, that's why you call them.
Also, question if I hire them personally to take them out of like my space. What if they just like go like a neighborhood over?
No,
and
they take
cause
them to a farm
problems there?
upstate. and then they release them there, and they live happy lives.
Is that what they do?
Yeah, with all your old dogs. I don't care what they do with them.
I wonder,
fox
like,
pie.
if you're just pushing the problem somewhere else, you know?
If you're looking to make fox pie, we do have a bunch of onions you can use.
Oh, God, that'd be so good.
So the people in this neighborhood are pissed. They say they feel like prisoners in their own home, and they are demanding something be done, even though, again, the town says the issue is over. The town has increased Penfield Animal Patrol in the area.
What is that going to do?
Well, just to make sure that none of the animals look aggressive or anything happens. All right, so the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Who is in the right here? Is it the town and the DEC, or is it these people who live in this neighborhood overrun by foxes not scared of loud noises? Tommy, what do you think?
I mean, I can't imagine if your kids are scared or your wife is scared. It's going to make your life miserable, especially middle of summer when your kids want to go outside. What? Well, you don't like outside.
Yeah, what's outside that's not inside? Inside has all my stuff and air conditioning and cable and the refrigerator.
I would say I would be pissed if I'm paying taxes and you don't get these goddamn
what an
things.
East Side bitch ass thing to say? I pay your salary. I pay your taxes.
Well, what's it? What DEC? What am I paying you for?
To keep me protected from aggressive animals.
Okay.
These foxes are not aggressive.
You don't know that unless you What are you going to have every one of them interviewed?
Well, I mean, if there really are
Do
like
background checks on foxes. Do your job, DEC. Get rid of these goddamn animals.
Well, but if there really are dozens of them and nobody's had an issue other than they're just
Until
there.
it's too late.
Shut up.
I guess to their point, like, what do you do?
So, like, to Kimmy's point, nothing bad has happened, right? They got someone to come out and see what was going on. They didn't like the response. They called the news. It's the most East Side story ever.
But the perception is these people are scared.
Oh, the perception?
Yeah.
Oh, really, really, really? So we should, if people on the East Side are scared of something they perceive as dangerous, we should just get rid of them?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah?
That's what you do. That's why we have government agencies to remove these things.
Look, what is the town supposed to do? There are dozens of
Do your
foxes.
job, town.
You're going to trap every one of them. And then after you do that, what do you do with them?
You bring them somewhere else and then they come back?
Yeah, you make them stoles out of them. Ladies can wear them out on Saturday night for martinis.
I love people who live in neighborhoods
You take
like
them out
this.
to the Adirondacks and dump them off.
Adirondacks? What, we're going to have a convoy of foxes? We got a big old convoy.
Rocking through the night. No, throw them over to Pennsylvania. Let them deal with it.
I love people who I want to buy a house that's like away from things, but not like totally isolated. You know, like nice rolling hills and greenery. Animals? What are the animals?
Get them the hell out of here.
What the hell is this? Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Folks have been waiting. Again, we're talking about these foxes that, according to the neighbors, have overrun the neighborhood. They are not moving for anything. They're very comfortable around people. Loud noises are not scaring them away. They want them gone, but the town says because the animals are not aggressive and they're just being foxes, there's nothing they can do. The residents of the neighborhood does not like that.
Yes.
Do not like that. They want something done. Ken is on CMF. Hey, Kenny, how are you, buddy?
Good. How you doing, brother?
Good, man. What do you got?
These guys must have a beautiful life. I'll tell you, if that's the worst thing that they have to worry about. I mean, I live out in the country, and you don't bother the animals; they don't bother you.
Till it's too late.
I don't get it. Why that would be so upsetting.
I'm with you, Kenny. Kenny, thank you. Thank you.
You ain't no countryman, so don't be siding with Kenny.
The country. No, look.
I don't stop it, Tommy. Stop it.
I'm not a wildlife person, but I'm not going to call the town over a fox or two.
You will if your wife tells you to.
No, I won't. I'm going to tell my wife, you stop. You see, Big Daddy's putting his foot down. You see my foot? You see it? Now it's down. Foxes stay. Maybe I'll move the fox in. We got a guest room. How about that? Kenny, what's the scariest thing that you've seen on your property living out in the country?
A bear on my deck.
There you go. He's got a deck bear.
Yeah,
Mofo's got a
fox
deck bear.
is nothing to him.
So what'd you do about it?
Kept my door closed. Turned the music up and tried to pretend it wasn't there. It went away in about 10 minutes.
Well, it spent 10 minutes on your deck, though?
Oh, yeah, it was just snooping around, that's all.
Okay. That would scare the hell out of me.
No kidding.
Well, I wasn't going to go out there and poke it.
Don't poke the bear, Tommy.
Yes.
Kenny.
It's just, I just think we have a lot bigger problems to worry about than foxes in the neighborhood.
Kenny, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Take care. Here's what I'm scared of with this story.
What's that?
That someone's going to try and take this into their own hands.
Yeah,
of course they are.
Yes, they are.
Is it against the law to kill a fox?
Well,
I
how
don't
you
think you
killing
can do it in your backyard.
How you doing it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, is there a
I'm guessing you
humane way to kill a fox that you could do inside a town?
That's
And
legal.
I'm not saying do this. Do not do this.
I don't think there is.
What are you basing that on?
Because there's no humane way of like killing a wild animal.
Well, no, I mean,
you can't like put it down gently at the vet. I mean, you'd have to do something pretty vicious to its ass. Like you're gonna have to put a hole in it somewhere.
It does feel like some idiot's going to do something about this because, the town won't do it.
Right. And this is why the town should step in and do something.
No, but again, it's not the animal's fault.
I understand that.
No, you don't. You kind of blame the foxes.
Well, I don't blame the cute little things. We've got them around our house, and they eat all the squirrels, and they eat all the chipmunks, which I love. So I'm fine with them.
Doesn't sound like it.
But if my wife... one of them foxes out of there, I'm calling the town.
Okay.
I'm raising holy hell.
And the town says there's
I'm
nothing
going,
we're
Larry
do.
Petrowski,
Okay.
you get these goddamn foxes out of my yard.
All right, let me ask you a question. So you call the town, I want the foxes. My wife says I want the foxes. I pay you, I'm sorry. And they go, we're not going to do anything about it. What do you do
We're
then?
having a march.
You can have a march. Can't have a march. Can't leave the house. Foxes are in your front yard.
I'm bringing the foxes with me.
252 WCMF. All right, let's talk to some people who maybe live in the area.
Okay.
They can help. Because, again, we only have one news story that went on for like 3 minutes last night. Again, we're talking about this neighborhood in Penfield near 5 Mile Line Road. They say they are overrun with dozens of foxes. The foxes are not scared of them. Loud noises don't get them to go away. They want the town and the DEC to take care of it, but they came out, they investigated the situation, and they said the foxes are just being foxes. They're not aggressive. They don't look rabid. They kind of just have to hang. The residents do not like it. Colleen lives in Penfield. She's on CMF. What's up, Colleen?
I think they just need to go get all the guys and peer around the perimeter of their property, and the foxes will stay away.
Colleen, listen, we're not talking about your fantasies here. We're trying to get rid of the foxes.
No, but that's what you do. My daughter lives out in Camden on like 22 acres, and they're eating her chickens. And my husband and my son-in-law just went out there and peed everywhere, and the foxes are gone.
That seems like an easy solution.
Yeah.
It was.
Okay, hold on. Let's stop the game for a second. Time out from the game. Is that a real thing that works?
So I was told this.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I was told it was, right? And, when I lived in Webster, I lived right next to them woods. So I had all kind of stuff. So they told me if you go out there and take a whiz all the time out there, it'll keep stuff away.
Okay.
They didn't do a goddamn thing.
It does.
Well, maybe, because your urine was 3/4 Jameson.
That should help, though. All that boozed up. Maybe you eat a lot of asparagus.
Okay. All right, Colleen, but here's the problem. Like, I don't know what would be worse for these people that are programming in Penfield. Is it the foxes or is it a bunch of 50-year-old dudes hanging praying out there in their backyards, right?
We'll do it at night when everybody's sleeping.
Okay, but you're still going to have to do it at the same time like it's a 21 dong salute.
Well, can you buy, is there certain, animal pee you can buy to,
You can buy it at the store.
Yeah,
They sell urine.
You can buy, but why spend the money if you can just go out there and pee?
Organic style.
No, but you can buy big containers of it at Lowe's and Home Depot of urine to keep them out.
Yeah, Colleen, how much urine do I need to keep the foxes away?
Get a gallon of it.
No, I mean of my own urine.
In case you have guests.
Go out there and pee 3-4 times a day around your yard. It'll be fine.
Okay, so you can't do it at night, Colleen. Your plan
unless
is terrible.
you collect it in a bottle and then
it
spread
works.
it.
I'm not kidding.
All right. So if you're out there in Penfield and you're having a problem with foxes, Colleen says whip it out in front of the neighborhood and go to the bathroom.
Yeah, tell them Colleen and Gomers. That's my husband works at the town of Penfield, so they'll know what I'm talking about.
Well, they pay your salary, Colleen. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Go pee.
You would have to have so much pee in you to create a barrier of wildlife for wildlife.
And wouldn't you have to redo it every time it rained?
Probably.
Yeah, like today ain't gonna work, man. You got a monsoon coming.
Well, maybe if one of those tornadoes touches down, it blows the foxes right out of that hole.
It could.
Literal foxhole. 252 WCMF. I see you guys sitting on hold. Give me one more second. Look, with this whole story, Penfield does have to hope that they are absolutely right here. And they have
nothing happens.
Yes, they have the DEC.
As soon as something goes wrong.
If something goes wrong.
Right.
They have the DEC on their side saying what the foxes are doing, not strange. Okay. However, if something is going to happen, these neighbors are going to lose it.
Sure.
Although the town could be in a position of strength here, too, because, what are these people going to do? You're going to move right now? You're not.
No, true.
Right? Everything costs a fortune, and it's impossible to find a house. So, really any town can do whatever they want. See what the town of Greece is doing. They just do whatever they want all the time, and nobody does anything because you can't move, right?
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Rammer's got this all figured out. He's on CMF. Hey, Rammer, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. So I have the solution. I mean, the peeing does work, but don't we have a mountain lion in Greece? Can't we relocate it to Penfield? That would help out.
So then what do you do about the mountain lion?
Well, I don't know, get a couple bears, throw them out there. I mean, these people built a cookie-cutter neighborhood in a wildlife area. I mean, what do they expect? And really, I mean, foxes are not a threat unless you've got, the little yip chihuahuas and poodles running around. I mean, get a German Shepherd, get a bulldog or something that's, going to mark its territory, and then the fight. You won't have to go pee because the dogs do it. You
won't have to go pee because the dogs do it. Rammer, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the other thing is that part of the problem is foxes are actually good because they control the rodent population, like, Tommy was talking about squirrels, chipmunks, rats, mice, moles. I mean, if you get rid of the foxes...
Can you name 5 more rodents?
It's like Family Feud in here. Show me balls!
Tommy, you don't live out there, but if they get rid of the foxes, then these people will be complaining about the moles digging holes in their yards. I mean, it's part of nature, and you just got to deal with it.
And then the Dutch move in.
Rammer, thank you for the call. Rammer, I'm late, Rammer. Thank you for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
So somebody did tweet that at us.
What's
you
that?
can send the foxes to the Big O farm. They eat the mice and moles in the onion fields.
I believe we found the gentleman who sent us the 50-pound bag of onions that is residing next to Tommy in the live stream right now. If you're wondering why a 50-pound sack of crap is sitting next to a 50-pound sack of onions. So we will keep an eye, obviously, on this fox story.
Okay.
And look, I don't want anything bad to happen, but I mean, you do have to kind of trust in the town you live in if this is the answer they have for you, right?
Sounds like they just don't want to deal with it because they don't want to spend the money.
I would think, though, that it is a liability at some point. Yeah.
Major liability, especially for an East Side town like that. Like, if an East Side town says no, there's nothing they can do. Tell me I'm wrong about that.
I don't know.
You do know.
I don't know.
Bitch-ass bitch.
I don't know.
Bitch-ass, fox-hating, mole-loving, scared-ass bitch. All right, let's take a break.
Okay.
I guess this story kind of goes against what I just said.
Why?
Well, you want to think that the government has everything buttoned up.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that I'm going to get called, clowns, what a bunch of clowns. I don't mean that. I'm talking about, like, weapons and things with the
dangerous things.
Yeah. Things that can hurt people or put our military men and women in harm's way if it were to get into the wrong hands, right? Turns out maybe that's not the case.
What happened?
There are 3 men in some serious trouble from our area after what authorities say they took and sold.
Wait, so they got away with it technically in the moment?
Oh, yeah, it kind of seems that way. And
so they sold it.
Here's the
thing. And I guess they didn't sell it to nice people.
Oh, it's interesting you say that. Did you see this story?
No.
But all the things I just told you aren't even the weirdest part of the story.
Wow.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We've seen some bad ideas here in the break.
What happened?
Illegal plans that had no chance of getting off the ground. But this might be the worst of them all.
Oh.
It's straight up stupid. It could lead to lots of people getting hurt all over the world. And it sounds borderline treasonous.
So what the hell they get a hold of?
You almost don't want to know.
Okay.
However, not only making this decision to try and steal and sell this stuff is insane, but where this guy was allegedly trying to sell it.
Oh, okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, the Sterling Renaissance Festival is back for fun-filled theme weekends in 2024.
Check out the winches. That's what they call them.
Okay.
The washer winches.
Right now, you can go to the contest page, WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Sterling Renaissance Festival, valid for one-day admission during the 2024 season. The all-ages, family-friendly festival offers a 360-degree experience with amazing sights, sounds, authentic foods, and the feelings invoked by the shows. The feelings, Tommy.
Yeah.
Saturdays and Sundays only through August 18th. Skip the lines. Order tickets online right now at SterlingRenaissanceFestival.com or go to WCMF.com to try and win your 4-pack. Best of luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. 3 men just east of us have been arrested after authorities say they stole and tried to resell government military equipment.
That could be anything.
No, we kind of... Well, I'll describe what they
Is
describe.
it weapons?
No.
All right.
However, still not great.
All right.
Local law enforcement were contacted by the Department of Defense after they saw suspicious activities from a Department of Defense employee who was working through the New York National Guard. An investigation revealed, according to authorities, they had stolen military equipment, some, quote, sensitive in nature, and was selling the items online and in person.
Damn.
They go on in the accusations to say the police recovered thousands of dollars in stolen stuff from the state of Texas, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Florida, and right here in New York.
Gee, what a heist.
They also say they recovered ballistic vests that were being shipped to Russia.
Oh. Okay, so like bulletproof vest.
Yeah,
All right.
ballistic vests that were being shipped to Russia.
All right, so these are some bad hombres, Patrick.
See, the months-long investigation also allegedly revealed a 44-year-old military police officer from Auburn and a 38-year-old Army unit supply specialist were stealing military equipment as well.
So it's inside job.
Yes. The 3 men have been arrested and charged with a whole bunch of stuff. And all of this is scary and it's not good. But we haven't even gotten to the craziest part of the story.
What's that?
You want to know how the first guy we told you about was caught allegedly trying to sell the stolen equipment?
Well, they must have pitched him like they set up like a sting, like
Nope.
selling like a fake.
No, that's not how they were. That's not how they were alerted at first. They found it on his Facebook Marketplace.
Wait,
So it was on his own personal page.
he was just trying
His
to sell
name was attached.
military stuff that he stole on Facebook.
The 50-year-old man, according to authorities, was trying to sell stolen sensitive military equipment not available to the public on Facebook Marketplace.
Did he not think he was doing anything wrong?
That's
have to.
impossible. You took it from a military.
And it's
thing.
sensitive stuff. Like they it isn't like extra
Yeah.
like, T-shirts and underwear and socks.
But even if it
but
wasn't,
to be that open about it
Right.
makes me feel like you didn't think it was a big deal.
forget all the other allegations. This guy deserves to go to jail just for being that
Dumb.
stupid.
Yeah, stupidity laws.
Like, take the illegality and the morality out of this story for a second. How the hell did you think you could sell stolen military equipment, if the accusations are true, on Facebook Marketplace and no red flags were going to be raised?
Yeah, like it's an Army surplus store.
Are you out of your mind? And it's not even surplus. It
I
was
know.
taken, according to the authorities. So here is my question.
What's that?
And I'll be honest with you. I don't know if I want the answer to this
Well,
question.
you got to find out the truth.
252 WCMF, 252 9263. What these men are accused of. How common is this?
The stuff's walking out the front gate.
I ask people that are in the service who have served because, Tommy, we do see stories of dangerous military equipment that was brought back from overseas back in the day, turning up in garages and attics in sheds in the greater Rochester area all the time.
But I get that. But that makes sense considering with the technology that existed at the time to secure this stuff. Back in World War II, Korea, Vietnam. But now, with all the electronic surveillance you've got, I wouldn't think this stuff could move an inch without them knowing where it is.
I would also think like the stuff taken back in the day, like it kind of felt like a lot of those people took stuff just to have,
As a
just for them,
souvenir from
just
there.
for
Yeah.
themselves.
Sure.
Not to turn a profit
Okay.
necessarily.
No, I understand what you're saying, but okay, to your first point,
Mm.
Tommy, right? That the technology. I mean, Tommy, this is recent stuff. This is sensitive material.
Yeah.
That somehow got out of.
I don't get it. I thought that, to your point, I thought this stuff these days is so locked up, you couldn't move it an inch.
So then, if these three men, if the allegations are true, if they were able to get out of depots or off of bases with this stuff and actually sell it, because the fact that they found this stuff in all these other states leads me to believe those were sales that were completed.
Yes.
If that happened, that means look, we're naive to think that it isn't happening in other places.
So the Army needs to buy a bunch of air tags. Air tag, all of it. The bombers, right? The tank, the bazooka over here, all the bullets.
It's probably harder for people to steal like computer printer paper right now than it would be to take some of this stuff with you and sell it on Facebook Marketplace.
I mean, now I don't know.
Because like they started locking that up here when people started taking it.
You're right. You're right about that. Now I don't know.
Yeah,
if
we can't even get concert tickets.
I don't know if he sold anything on Facebook Marketplace.
But he had it.
But he put it out there.
And it was there.
Yeah.
And it does say too with the allegations that he sold it face to face to some people. So I don't know if that's at that. If that's it shows if he made contacts and like traveled, if he sent the stuff through the mail, right? But like. Based on all this stuff being recovered, it sounds like he was successful in selling, like I said. And is it easier than we want to think for a normal civilian to get their hands on some sensitive military
And get it
equipment?
out.
Right? Like, if I wanted to go buy stuff like this, if I knew the right person, could they point me in that direction?
Sounds like you could.
That's not great,
What are
man.
What are you doing with it? Like that's my question.
Overthrowing government,
for the people.
killing political rivals.
Like for the people.
If you're in North Korea, you give it to your sister for a birthday present. I mean, there's so many bad people out there that are looking for this stuff
But it's
around
not-
the world.
Is it a collector's thing? Is it like do you just want to put it on and look at yourself in a mirror for a little while? I wonder like what most people are buying this stuff for.
Okay, so
Well, this stuff, like this kind of stuff?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
'cause-
thinking they're arms dealers.
Well, but these aren't weapons. So, like the picture that they
Right.
showed of the stuff they recovered. Now, by the way, they did recover 2 illegal weapons, but these weren't military weapons. They were stuff he must have gotten on his own.
But these
guys.
could be like secrets we don't want people to know about.
And that's the problem, right? Like, so the picture that they showed, there was like a ballistics helmet, a couple of vests, there were some radios, there was some MRE.
It's technology we don't share with people.
Exactly. Like, I mean, the idea that there was a ballistics vest going to Russia, that could be someone that wants to protect themselves.
Yeah.
That could also be someone who wants to see what's inside the technology
Right.
that the Americans are sending over to help out in Ukraine right now.
Right.
Like, it's a serious problem.
Sure.
Right? But if we could get our hands on it. It is funny, too. Like, anything that is, like, military grade, there's a certain section of this population that just jumps on it. And you can tell this by the commercials they run on news stations late at night.
Oh, for the special sunglasses you can run over with a tank?
Or how about a flashlight? Military grade flashlight.
Yes.
It's the brightest of all. It's so bright the government doesn't want you to know about it. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this 50-year-old man just east of us who was arrested after police say he was selling military equipment, some of it sensitive, that he acquired working for the Department of Defense through the National Guard, through people throughout the country. He was doing it in face-to-face. The government was alerted to this after he tried to sell this stuff, it seems, on his Facebook marketplace. 2 other men arrested in the scheme as well.
What are the odds to? I mean, I would think most people, if you're active on Facebook, you're also friends with coworkers on Facebook.
Oh, good
Like,
point.
like, wouldn't he have been doing this in front of people that he works with?
Yeah.
Unless,
you would think.
unless he thought if he put up a fake name that no one would be able to trace it back to
maybe.
him, right? I don't know.
So when you were doing comedy, did you ever do military bases?
No,
at
I
all?
never. No, I never got the clearance.
Okay, well, I didn't either, but I had to do these like naval air stations up the East Coast one a night. So I'm at one of these naval air stations, and when you pull in, they, I'm here to do this comedy show, but they go through your car, and I'm stopped, and they're going through my chintzy ass car with my pathetic belongings, right? But they've stopped me, and then they wave through a pizza guy. Not kidding you, man. And when I left. Same thing. They went like see if you grabbed anything. And the weirdest one was Fort Knox, Kentucky. So I did a show there, and it's right on base. And I go in, they go through my entire car. And the funniest thing was like, I'm leaving, like I've got 7 gold bars in my car, and they go through the whole car again.
No
man.
kidding.
Oh.
Yeah, making sure you didn't touch it. God, so that's why I'm so surprised when I hear this. Like, and this was 35 years ago.
I mean, Kimmy, you know why Tommy loved playing Navy bases?
Why is that, Pat?
It was the only time he wasn't the biggest bomb in the venue.
Others are going to do a semen joke.
Well, no, you got it's misdirection. You got to keep guessing. That's how comedy works. Hence the bomb.
Yeah. What's the misdirection then? It's the
Never mind.
military.
Shut up, stupid.
They have bombs.
How much money was this man able to make off of this haul?
I would imagine a lot.
Well, I mean, but again, I don't know what this stuff is worth.
Right.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what number would be worth not only the charges you're facing, but the shame you would bring on yourself and your family, because you are lining your pockets at the expense of not only the service and the taxpayers who pay for this stuff, but you can make the argument, like you said, you're putting national security at risk.
You get people killed. Yeah.
Yes, right? Not to mention, you don't know the people you're supplying with this stuff and the reason they may want it. And when you go down the list of why a civilian would want military-grade ballistic vest, a helmet, surveillance stuff, it doesn't sound like they would want it for the most pure intentions.
Yes. Yeah, it's not for your man cave.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless
right?
you have a really evil man cave.
You got the most badass paintball setup in America. And it's also mind-blowing that the other 2 grown men were allegedly in on this, right? Like, not one of them in this trio, if the allegations are true, put their hands up and said, hey, maybe this is a really, really bad idea.
Yeah, you would think. But, like minds find each other.
You also have to wonder, too. So the guy initially named in this situation, right, facing the allegations initially, he's a 50-year-old man, and he's still working for the DOD and the National Guard, which means, Tommy, he's probably been around for a while.
He's like a lifer, probably.
Right? How long was he doing this for?
Oh.
I would think you'd have to work at that job long enough to be comfortable to do that. You know what I mean? Like, you know how I would think you just start out, you're not doing it right away, right?
Fair
you're not going to be
enough.
bold enough to do that if nobody else is.
Sure, but I mean,
I
how
would think
long-
like it comes with time and comfort and maybe a bigger role wherever you're working.
Okay, but I mean, like, are we going to be naive enough to think that they caught him the first time he tried to do something
And
like
this is the ones you caught.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. It seems like he's. I would guess somebody who does something like this has been there for quite some time.
Like, the allegations this guy is facing are scary. But I think the scarier thought is what else is out there.
Yeah.
And what else this man or other people were able to get their hands on to put in the hands of other people. And again, best case scenario, it's just some weirdo in his basement who's preparing for, when it's time for when the government's coming from
Right, it could be that
50-pound
guy.
sack of onions.
Yeah.
Right? But
Yeah, you're survivalist guy.
yeah.
I want to think that there's only one person stealing from a workplace, but that's never been the case anywhere I've worked.
Okay. Well, we got 3 allegedly in this one.
Okay, true.
I would hope it's not all coming from the same spot, because maybe get like a padlock or something. I don't know.
Or maybe a big gate and a guard.
Yeah, that would help, I think, maybe. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Bill. Bill says, I served. I would have also thought this was hard to do, but you guys are right. The more you talk about it, the more it seems that there would be more stuff like this out there. That doesn't help us at all,
man.
Bill. Come on, Bill. The Russia thing really bothers me.
Oh, they were trying to sell to the Russians?
Well, it says, okay, so in the story, it says that, they recovered a vest that was supposed to be going to Russia.
By the way, how do you ship to Russia illegally?
Can you send things to Russia right now?
Well, wouldn't that be like anything coming from like Amazon to Russia? Like, is somebody putting this at Putin's front door?
Well, I mean, okay, so I'll say this.
We left your delivery at the front door.
So the NHL draft was 2 weeks ago, and there were Russian-born players that flew from Russia to be there to be drafted.
All right.
So,
Well, I mean, I guess it's an open, like, we could still travel there.
that's what I'm saying. Like, if people
All right.
were able to get through, I don't see why.
But wouldn't you be suspicious of packages going there? Like, big, heavy packages going to Russia?
Well, I don't know. If I have family that lives in Russia and I'm Russian and I'm an American and I'm sending stuff back to them, I mean, do they x-ray every package that leaves internationally?
It might not be a bad. Well, yeah. Don't they run it through one of those big machines?
I
like
don't
those
know.
big metal machines?
Well, no, then
Like at the
big
airport.
metal machines.
Well, like at the
Hey,
airport.
I want to have big metal machines. Run his packages
This is
in there.
going to Russia.
Done by, it's made by a big metal company. Big metal machine company.
I would think like anybody we have sanctions against,
Yeah.
we should be looking at anything we're sending. Anybody shipping something into a country that we have sanctioned,
Okay.
Because we have a few countries we don't do business with right now.
But that would be anything that would go. You can't send anything to Cuba right now, can you?
I don't think so.
Can I send a package to North Korea?
Well, you could travel to these countries.
No, Americans can't travel to North Korea right now. They changed it.
I got to change my travel plans. It kills by August.
After Otto Warmbier was killed.
All right. Yes, I remember the kid.
Way to go. Way to bring that up.
Why?
Way to turn the story.
Oh, my God. It was 3 years ago.
Wow, so it's fine.
No, but I always thought like I could send a letter anywhere. I think you could probably send a letter to Cuba.
It seems like it is possible to send packages to Cuba. There are some restrictions.
But I would think they would look at all of that.
Okay.
Like in the big Cuba metal detector.
Oh, the big Cuba metal machine.
Cuba.
It's made by the big Cuba metal machine company. Like if we wanted to take the 49 pounds of onions we have left in this sack and send them to North Korea.
And by the way, they could use them. Yeah, I think you probably can't send food.
No, they do. They won't accept it, but humanitarian aid places try to send food to the North Koreans.
All right.
Do they have onions in Korea?
No, so the poor people, they have no onions and no cheese.
Let's take a break. It's a big day for one man in our area, a man that we know very well, a man that everyone listening is a massive fan of. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at?
Instant laughter.
Cheese ball.
Here we go. You know it's already happening.
Jealousy.
It's already happening.
You gotta be kidding. So is everybody in now?
It's now official. No, that's just it. Not everybody is in. It is official. There is a single person left that somehow has never been elected to any Hall of Fame.
You know what?
Ever.
The guy doesn't even probably want it.
We'll get into it and tell you who you should give a big congratulations to today.
Boy.
Next here in the break room on WCMF. A massive congratulations to a good friend of the show is in order. He's already starting, Kimmy. He's already starting. Because it's fine, man.
Is it done? Is it over?
I can tell you've been thinking about this because you knew right away what
I
we were
saw it
talking
last
about.
night.
I don't even care. It's lame.
I almost spit out my scotch.
And it's official.
Yeah.
It's official.
Yeah.
There is one person left from this group that has no accreditation at all.
But why?
I don't know.
Why?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Were we hating?
Hate mail of the week coming at you. And this is not a standard hate mail of the week. It's more of an opportunity that one man tried to take over what he thought was the dead body of someone in this room. We'll get to it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. A massive congratulations
what happened?
to our good buddy, sports director for 13 Wham, Mike Catalana. Because yesterday it was announced that he has been named for induction to the New York State Broadcasters Hall of Fame.
That wise ass.
The Catman, who has been working at 13 Wham since 1987, he was named sports director in 89. 2 years, man. Must have been Slim Pickens over there at the time. He's been at the job 35 years. He will join Don Eilhart, Doug Emlich, and Ginny Ryan.
Murderers Row.
Yep, in the Hall of Fame. And Mikey now gets to travel down in October to New York City for his induction.
So it's nothing about a bunch of goddamn millionaires.
Oh, is that what it is?
Of course it is. Okay. It's all a money game, pet.
Oh, you're saying he paid his way into the Hall of Fame?
What do you think? I'm not saying nothing.
So Mikey deserves it. He is locally beloved. He is nationally respected. And now that Catalana is in a Hall of Fame, it leaves one man who's worked in this town forever as the sole person without a Hall of Fame induction. Kimmy, do you know who that person is?
Ooh,
That'd be Kano.
Do we know
No,
him?
Kano is in the Rochester Music Hall of Fame.
But he's not. All right. Scott Spezzano?
No, so Spezzano's in like 15 Hall of Fames, man.
Oh, yeah, the Italian-American Club.
You're the only one left not in any Hall of Fame. You are the only broadcaster.
The forgotten broadcaster.
It's not fair, man, how they treat Italians.
By the way, I'm not joking.
What?
I'm not joking. Don Eilhart, all the awards and recognition.
Well, dude, but he deserves it.
Weeze, Tony Infantino, Spezzano, Sandy, Terry Clifford, all of them are in some sort of broadcasting Hall of Fame. Meanwhile, Tommy sits in his room and plays with himself next to a 50-pound bag of onions.
You know what? I don't even want it anyway. I don't want to get into these. You know, it's all about this Hall of Fame stuff.
Okay.
You know what's killing?
I don't play.
You know what's probably killing him the most?
What?
He has the perfect outfit picked out for it already that he's just been dying to wear.
It's been so long, he's gone through
It's out of
3
date.
perfect outfits. He's had 3 different perfect. Can I ask you a sincere question?
What's that?
As your friend.
Yeah.
Does it bother you?
I can't imagine them wanting me based on what
Oh, no, you're going to play humble.
Well,
Now
he
you're gonna
would
pretend
have to
humble.
explain himself.
Yeah, how do I explain what I do?
What are you talking about? I mean, you've had a job for 30 years. You've made 7 people laugh in that time.
Yes. You would be giving me an award for being cruel.
Yeah, you can't play the stuff that he started out doing.
You can't play the stuff he's doing now.
Right.
No,
but they should put me in.
Does it bother you that you're not there?
Well, I mean, you know, what's the point of getting out of bed, Pat?
You mean other than
Can I get a break?
to get paid to sit in a chair for 4 hours?
Can I
and
get a
register about?
goddamn break?
No, but I
All
mean,
I've done for you.
you say, what are you getting inducted for? I mean, look, with all due respect to everybody else here, but you could ask the same question about Weeze and Tony and Scott and Sandy and Terry. I mean, they're just entertaining people.
Right.
You're entertaining people. So why
7 people.
Why do they deserve it more than you deserve it?
That's right. You're right.
I know it bothers you.
Yeah.
Why can't you just? It's okay to admit that you're bothered.
Well, of course it bothers me.
So, but why? Okay, so do something about it.
I'm not going to do that. What am I going to do? Because you look like a dick if you say something.
You're saying it right now.
Well, I'm saying it to y'all.
Yeah, no one else can
I'm not
hear
saying
us.
it to like the authorities at the Hall of Fame. By the way, where is the Hall of Fame?
New York City. We just told you.
No, like when you go
Like
to
the
that
actual Hall of Fame?
Yeah, it's a big building, right? Like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Kimmy, can you Google if there is a physical building for
There
the
ain't.
New York State Broadcasters Hall of Fame?
There ain't.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Why? Did you look it up?
Yes.
Why'd you look it up?
Because I've got friends in the Hall of
Oh,
Fame.
you got friends in the Hall of Fame?
Well, not friends now. They don't talk to me anymore. But I had friends that were in the Hall of Fame, Patrick.
Oh, the Hall of Fame, unless this is something different. Hold on.
The New York State Broadcasters Hall of Fame.
New York State Broadcasters Hall of Fame is at Syracuse University.
So there is a physical building.
Okay. So it's a wall at Syracuse. It's not like you're going to like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame to look at Don's jacket.
It's a wall in Syracuse that you are not on. Like, you're really bad at hiding when this stuff bothers you. Because if anyone's watching the live stream, they can see you squirming in your chair. Can I ask another question?
Go ahead.
Because we're talking about...
You enjoying this?
I'm trying to get inside your head here.
Is that what you're trying to do?
Look, I think you deserve to be in.
No, you don't.
I do.
You don't think I deserve to be in this chair.
No, you don't.
You think these onions have more respect than I do.
No, I'm sincere when I say I think you should be in the New York State Broadcasters Hall of Fame. I would lead the campaign, but you said you don't want it.
I would lead the campaign.
You just said you don't want it, so I'm not going to do anything about it.
Two guys in an empty closet, one's gonna help the other.
Mike Catalana, up 13 whammed. Again, yesterday named to the New York State Broadcasters Association Hall of Fame. He joins Don Ehlhard, Ginny Ryan, Doug Embledge, countless other famous names.
It's a who's who. Who
It
cares?
is. And again, Tommy Muley is the last one, I guess you would call it his class of broadcasters that is not inducted into any Hall of Fame. Weeze, Tony Infantino, Spezzano, Sandy, Terry Clifford, Bob Matthews, all of them in some kind of Hall of Fame.
This industry's against me, man. Always has been.
Okay.
It's how they treat short people.
Kimmy, do you think Tommy deserves to be in the Broadcasters
what do
Hall of
you
Fame?
think?
I mean,
I do everything my friend.
I was going to stand up for you. I mean, you put the time in.
That's not a compliment.
Well,
you showed up.
Listen,
you should say I'm either entertaining or not.
Think of all the people that have
here.
Think of all the people that have come and gone in the time you've been sitting in that chair.
Yeah, they're all in the Hall of Fame. They all moved on to bigger and better things.
And you've stuck it out. You've kept your job. Congratulations.
Is that the award? He kept his
It
job.
kind of is in a way.
What a dick thing to say about
Catalana's
award.
Yeah.
Well, has he been here longer than you?
87, yeah.
Yeah.
So what's really going to piss you off is somebody who hasn't been around as long that gets in. That's why I feel like you're going to start to get really angry. Like younger guy.
Who's it going to be, though? Like Moose ain't getting in.
Moose can get in.
What's Moose getting in for? Tight pants? Do they have a tight pants Hall of Fame?
No, because Catalana would have won that on his bicycle.
All right, serious question.
Oh, by the way, he's going to be all over everything today.
Oh, he was already.
Sucking it up.
Yeah.
People were congratulating him on social media, and he was responding to every single congratulations.
No, he'll be on the Weeze show today.
Well, yeah, 2 Hall of Famers.
Yucking it. Oh, you know that.
Couple of Hall
He's
of
going to be
Famer
on a couple of busted podcasts.
All right, look, serious question. Because we love Mikey. Mikey's great, right?
Oh, yeah. One of the best bad suits I've ever seen.
Can you be happy for him?
Yeah, sure.
Are you really not happy for the guy?
No, I am. Hey, you way to go, millionaire.
You're the most selfish human being I've ever met in my life.
Bro, he's had his cake job at a cake station. It's been like #1 since dirt.
Yeah, but maybe they're #1 because of the stuff that he contributes.
I understand.
I don't think you do. I think you think #1 just happens.
Bro, you work under the umbrella of Don.
Not anymore, he doesn't.
But that umbrella was a wide umbrella. I mean, if Don touched you, it was gold.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's like Christ?
I would say he is Christ at 6.
Did you text?
And 11.
Did you text Mikey and tell him congratulations?
I don't have his number.
You don't have his number?
No.
All these years, you don't have his number?
No, what would I have his number for?
I don't know. You guys have worked in this town for about the same amount of time.
We're not buddy.
You saw his...
You're tight with him. I'm not.
saw his genitals through bike shorts. And
That's why I didn't want his number. No, I don't have anybody's number.
Do you have to pay dues if you're in the Hall of Fame?
No, it's a jump hall. It's a wall in Syracuse. It's not a thing.
It says this is the New York Broadcasters Hall of Fame website. And it says pay your dues online.
Maybe it's to be in the association.
Maybe.
Oh, to vote.
It does. It's not very clear.
All right. It's a money grab.
What could be? So, who votes? So does everybody that's...
Oh, you know what I hope?
Is there a board of directors?
I hope it's the people already in the Hall of Fame that vote people in, because that would make it even more insulting.
Well, we could find out, right?
We can ask Catalana. Why don't you text him?
I can't.
Oh, because he won't give
I can barely text Kimmy.
He won't give you his number? Is that why? I can't believe Mike won't give you his number.
How about there are certain dicks in this town that I've been around in this business that won't accept my friend requests or my Instagram requests. You know who I'm talking about.
You know why they won't, though? Because they know you're just following them to take pictures of their posts and send them to us and make fun of them.
Well, yeah, but they don't know that.
No, they
do
do because
now.
we talk about it on the show.
Well, take better pictures of
Hey,
your fat heads.
They can see when you screenshot
I
things.
don't
We
even-
haven't told you that.
I don't care.
Okay.
All right, so I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
People are trying to stick up for Tommy here. Elijah writes us, Tommy can't get in because he's from Florida, not like Catalana, who was born in Philly, or Weeze, he was.
He was born.
Yeah, he was born.
By the way, you asked who makes the decisions. The decisions are made by the Hall of Fame subcommittee of the New York Broadcasters Association Board of Directors.
I want to see the line of those dicks.
They're probably all Hall of Famers.
Yeah, but you know they are.
You know what's funny? If he was elected in the Hall of Fame, all of this would be, it's a fine organization, amazing people.
I'd wear the
they
sport
all
coat
work
every day
hard.
with the logo on it, like those guys do in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
All right, let's take a break. Well, to Kimmy's point, look, having a job in this business for as long as you did is respectable. For some reason, it's really hard to get a job in this business.
It is.
And that is apparent based on a letter we received right before we went on vacation. A letter that we thought was a joke.
Yeah.
Until Kimmy and I were alerted by our boss that no, in fact, this man was really trying to do what he was trying to do in the letter. This is not hate in the traditional sense.
Okay.
It's more of a man trying to take advantage of
a situation.
A really bad situation for somebody else. And,
Just in case.
But that's when you make that's when you jump.
Well, but that's just it. Is this a guy who's a go-getter taking advantage?
Oh.
Or is this a guy making a massive dick move?
Or what does it say about the guy he's trying to replace?
You gonna try and hurt me because I
No. I put that out there.
We'll get into it.
That's how we do in the Hall of Fame.
We'll read you the letter. How would you know? Next here at the break room on CMF. You have to strike while the iron's hot.
So what's going on?
Never let an opportunity go to waste.
Oh, yeah, you got to jump on it.
Even if it seems here that opportunity is at the expense of somebody else. Because something that happened on the show 2 weeks ago has one man locally here ready to get himself a job. Despite the fact the only way that job would open is if something terrible happened to somebody else.
Yes.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. And we're going to tell you right up front, this is not the traditional hate mail we usually read.
Yeah.
But it is such a funny situation, we felt we had to share it with you.
Okay.
About 2 weeks ago, we had to end the show early because I had to go to the emergency.
You had a medical situation.
Yes. And the next day, after everything settled, I shared with everyone on the air some medical issues that I've had for like the last 12 years. And if you missed it, you can go back to WCMF.com on our YouTube page at The Break Room, WCMF, brought to you by Three Heads. And look, I'm okay. Everything is fine.
Did we ask?
Despite the fact.
Did you ask? I didn't.
No.
Oh, really? Because the day that it happened, you guys were all being little bitches.
Did we ask?
I'm scared. What do we do? Lots of people who listen to the show very kindly reached out to make sure I was okay.
Sure.
Thank you. But one person reached out to the station not to see if I was okay. This person, in hearing about my issue, I guess saw a chance.
Ooh.
A chance to get a job they always wanted.
Opportunity.
And that person was going to take this opportunity and try to run with it.
Okay.
Now, before we read you this letter, I will admit that Kimmy and I, when we opened it up at first, thought this was someone making a joke.
Yeah.
Being a dick, trying to be funny. But some things happened afterwards that seem to indicate otherwise that we'll tell you about after we read the letter. And this person who sent it attempted to send this envelope with the letter inside to our bosses, but he listed the recipient as WCMF, which means it comes to us.
Yeah.
So not only did we get this letter, we got their resume as well.
No kidding.
Actual physical letters sent through the mail. This week, trying to get a dead man's job. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
To whom it may concern, my name is and I am writing inquiring about a position at WCMF, specifically on the morning show, The Break Room. In light of recent events, it's occurred to me you may be in the market for a new personality, and I would like to be a candidate for that job. I'm reliable. I can be ready at a moment's notice. The job I have now is very flexible, which means if I needed to, I could work both for you and keep my current job if this were part-time or fill-in just to start. If you were to offer me a full-time position, I could be ready in 2 weeks from the date you offered me the job. I know, having worked in radio before, how important it can be to have a backup plan. I have a great sense of humor and get along great with everyone. I have experience writing and performing both on air and off, and I believe I'd be a great addition to your station and the current morning show if the opportunity were to arise. I've attached my resume and experience and would love to have a conversation with someone if possible to let you get to know me and to gauge your level of interest.
Well, that's so weird. That guy does not sound like Weez. So this guy is so arrogant.
He's taking a shot.
Right.
You know, that he saw an opening potentially, and he wanted to be the first in line.
So it's like he said, he had his resume in the envelope as well.
Ready to go.
It says he graduated from Geneseo in 2012, so he'd probably be, his early 30s?
Yeah.
And he also lists some of the places he worked at, like smaller stations, like way east of Rochester, but all of them are in New York. So, like we said, at first we thought this was a joke, right? Just someone,
busting balls.
Yeah, exactly. What dick actually submits a resume for a job when he finds out that someone ends up in the hospital?
Right.
But Friday we left for vacation, we got an email from our big boss in Kansas City. And apparently, this guy emailed the same thing he sent us through the mail at the station.
Wanted to make sure everybody knew.
Yes.
Wanted to make sure it got into the right hands.
Exactly. And our boss, who's great, sent it to us thinking it was funny as well. So we wanted to talk to this guy.
Okay.
The guy who sent us the letter. And Kimmy reached out to him. And you said, Kimmy, when you got him on the phone to ask if he would come on the air.
He was not interested.
Not at all.
No.
Which is interesting because he wants my job because he thought I was
don't-
dying.
And he's entertaining and he's funny.
I don't think he thought we were going to see this, from what I've gathered.
Okay. All right. So here's the question. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is this guy a dick or is this guy a go-getter?
I see him as a naive dick, thinking that this was a way to get into broadcasting, because it's not.
well,
you should know by now That's how any job works.
Okay, you and I are not the people to say that.
Why?
I mean, people in
I'm
this.
a dick.
I would think like this
And
job
I'm naive.
of all jobs,
Fully qualified.
everybody's journey to getting this job has been different.
Yeah, true.
You know what I
Not
mean?
non-traditional.
Look, you got this job because a guy got on an airplane and didn't show up to work for a month.
Right.
Yeah, and I threw a woman out of my car.
It was all
Legit.
kind of by
Moving
chance
car.
or through somebody you knew. Or I mean, I guess like I wouldn't say it's like the worst way to try to get a job.
I started hanging out in here on a regular basis.
Yeah, because we needed our shoes shined.
Because I
Make
don't
your
know.
shoes look like mirrors.
I don't know if you heard. I don't shine shoes no more.
Yeah. I just got out. Just busting balls. You know what I'm saying?
I was invited on just to hang out for one
Yeah,
day.
yeah.
And then
Every Friday.
another comic was supposed to come on the week after me, and he passed away.
Yes.
Good friend of ours.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And they didn't. They were
Timing
like, "Why
lined
didn't
up
you come
like
back?"
that.
'Cause he was
Okay.
supposed
We never
to
told
come
you that
on.
whole story?
Well, I didn't know that the timing was that.
Yeah,
the
it was
same.
that. And I just saw the guy, and I said to him, "I'll see you next week."
Wow. So you kind of did what
No, but
this
I didn't
guy's
know.
trying to do.
I didn't like intentionally. Just call me
No,
and
I
I want to come
know.
back.
No, we
like,
reached out to Pat.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't like,
All right,
hey,
all right,
so,
all right.
sorry about
Hey,
what
I'm
happened.
here.
Because that's how good the show was going back then. We had those kind of like busted comic connections.
Okay, so it's
All
a
right.
dog-eat-dog world.
It is.
And if something did happen where I had to step away from the show for a little while or for good, there would need to be someone else in this chair. And there isn't anybody in the building that would be able to like just step in all of a sudden.
No, I mean they would have to go on a job search eventually.
Would a
Or
boss?
employee search?
Would a boss see this as insensitive, or would a boss see this as someone who's willing to do whatever it takes to get a job? 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
Well, this guy has no qualifications.
No, he
Like,
does. I mean, he has
bro,
experience.
Those qualifications are like chump-ass qualifications.
You had literally none. I had
I know,
literally
but
none.
it was
Again,
a different day, man.
no, it wasn't.
has-
Mine was 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
It has less to do with the qualifications and more to do with being top of mind in front of the right people if
Yeah.
something like this were to happen. And I think that's what this person was. They were trying to put themselves in that position.
Because like, here's the thing. After we got the letter we got, and then our boss emails us that he emailed him his resume also, I started thinking about the people who work here who would make the hiring decisions.
Okay.
And I think they would see this as a positive.
So you think they would jump on it?
Well, not jump on it like we need to hire him now, but I think like if, let's say, God forbid, something happened to me and I'm not doing the show anymore, that this guy would legitimately get consideration because he saw an opportunity and he struck.
Okay, all right.
I mean, not anymore because he wouldn't come on the air with us.
But he stepped up. So you basically say, like, half the battle is just putting it out there.
But he did it thinking that I was not going to be able to do the job because I
Right.
was dying,
Right,
which makes you a massive dick.
It is. It is.
Maybe just don't even mention that. You could just say, here's my resume. If anything opens up, I'm here.
Okay, but he's also, I mean, I think it's
But the
also.
timing was perfect that Pat was
right,
sick.
Right. I know the timing. We know what he's trying to do, but the fact that he said it out loud makes it worse.
But here's the thing. I mean, it's also letting him know, letting the boss know, like, hey, I'm doing this because you may be in need. I'm here for you right now. I think you would have to illustrate that.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure they get resumes all the time. People listen to the show, think they can do what we do, and they can. But no, we can't let them know that. We can't let our bosses
No.
know that.
But if anything happened, like you were not here for a while, so you weren't here for a while. Hey, Kimmy could just do another job. She's already doing 7 jobs. Just one more job. There's 8 jobs. Right? She could like run back and forth from microphone to microphone, and I leave at 10 with my bag of onions.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. This week's Hate Mail of the Week is a cover letter and resume that we got from a guy who, when he found out that I went to the ER and was dealing with some medical stuff, pounced at the opportunity to try and get a job. And he not only wrote a letter here, and he addressed it to WCMF, hoping it would get to our bosses. It went to us instead. He emailed it to our big boss in Kansas City. And I will admit, this does not make me happy.
No, of course not.
It bothers me a little bit. That
It's a
this guy-
vulture move.
Okay, it is. But at the same time,
That's how you get ahead.
is it?
Dog eat dog, like you said, man.
Is it?
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Skyler. Hey, Skyler, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. I ain't talked to you guys in a while. First of all, it was a lot of work writing that letter and sending all them emails, but I'm sorry.
Shut up, you dick. Yeah, bro, you
I'm
can barely
tired of doing
speak.
dishes
I'm not
and
worried about
potholes.
nothing. I'm not worried about nothing from you. You're not speaking, son of a bitch. I'm sorry, you were saying, Skyler.
I said I'm sorry I did that. I'm sorry I tried to get your job.
Skyler, you run a business. If somebody had done
Yes, sir.
something like this, trying to get a job at your place, would you look at this as a go-getting move or a dick move?
That's a go-getter.
So you see this as a positive?
I don't think it's you're just a little bitch, and you're taking it personal. The guy's a go-getter, and he just wants a freaking job, and he probably, he's probably one of your biggest fans.
Okay. Well,
maybe.
No.
And he knows you're a little bitch like the rest of us.
Thanks, Scott. I'm so glad you finally decided to call up and talk to us after all that time, Scott.
Okay, well, let me tell you. I was talking to Ben because I'm going to tattoo him on Friday, and the conversation went on quite a bit, but he's like, "You need to call in more often, man."
I love how Ben is
So I
our
thought I better
secret
tell him,
producer
not
of
let
this
Ben
show
down.
now.
Yeah.
You do. Well, Skylar, we're so glad you did. Great to talk to you. Good luck tattooing Ben while he's jiggling the entire time.
We'll give you an update when it happens, all right?
See you, buddy. Take care.
Would you be more offended by a guy who writes in to try to get your job because they think, they think you can't do it due to health reasons? Or would you be more offended if you wrote in because I don't like the way you do your job, I think I can do it better,
Oh,
guy?
that second one doesn't bother me.
Really?
I
That would
understand.
bother me more than somebody that thinks I just won't be able to physically do the job.
No, that I understand. Everybody thinks they can do everyone else's job better.
Yeah, but to say it out, like you're going out of your way to try to get this to try to get you kicked out of a job.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Okay.
Yeah, like they can go from zero to your job instantly.
Yeah, but
like a seamless transition.
Here's the difference, right? Like if I'm aware that person, and this is me being arrogant at the time.
Right, you being arrogant.
Yeah, this is me being arrogant.
Mr. Workout on vacation.
Hashtag stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Hashtag no days off. I don't think you could do my job. If we were like if we're on equal footing here and you're just going to come in and I'm just going to come in,
not.
I don't think you could do what I do.
We
Only
can-
because
we
I've
can-
done this for so
No,
long.
but
and
like
I know
we
you
have a
guys.
thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
I
we got a
ain't
rapport.
got no thing with that guy.
Yeah, but like if I'm not
I
here,
can't take him into the men's room and do what I do to you. I never fed that kid alcohol underage. I never did his mom.
What the hell, man?
See, you know what I'm talking about? Like that. That's what we got here, see?
But if I'm not here to even have a chance to do my job as well as you, that bothers me. That you're stepping over my dead body to take the greatest thing that's
Somebody's
ever
got
happened
to do it.
And you wouldn't
Right?
like it either.
What?
There's some guy sitting in here
Well, but again,
making fun of you, and he doesn't even know you.
But again, I guess somebody would need to sit in that chair eventually, right? So whether it's the guy that wrote in or somebody else that wrote in, somebody's eventually going to replace you because you just, it's out of your hands, right? Like you can't physically do the job.
Sure, no, you're right. And like this applies to everybody listening, whether it happens tomorrow or 40 years from now. Like eventually someone else will be in your job.
Sure.
And eventually, I mean, nobody wants to think that someone will do your job better than you're doing it, but it's not out of the question.
Everybody's replaceable.
Yes. No, you hit it exactly on the head. Like, and the feelings I have is not loyalty to the people we work for. Like, I love working for WCMF. The station's awesome. There's all that history to it, right? But like, it's loyalty to you guys, and it's the fact that I have personal pride in what I do.
Yeah.
How dare you? How dare you? And the fact that he wouldn't come on with us also pisses me off. Like, you got the balls to write a letter to try and get my job when you think I'm dying, but you don't have the balls to come on and talk about it? Because
that's when he bails.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, weird hate mail of the week this week. We're talking about a gentleman who thought when I was dying, wrote in a cover letter and a resume, not only here to the station, but emailed it to our boss in Kansas City. Brett writes us on Facebook. Brett says, I say you have the guy in the air with you one day so we can see if he has what it takes to make it in the break room, unless Duffy is scared of him. I wouldn't even be a dick. If you're listening, I don't want to say your name because I don't want to be that much of a dick. Come on, I will not be a dick to you. I want to know if he's any good at doing radio.
I would be a dick to him.
Why? He's coming for my job, not yours.
Yeah, but just like being a dick.
If he was coming for your job, he'd have it.
Oh, okay.
Management. Oh, sorry, you could breathe? Sure, sit in that chair.
You think he could do your mom like I do your mom?
I will punch you in your...
See what I'm saying? We got a little thing.
I will
back and forth.
swing that 50-pound bag of onions over my shoulder and hit you in the head. You will be murdered via onion. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? So this wasn't me, clearly. But, yes, I'll take Tommy's job when, tomorrow. I can start tomorrow.
You think you could do Tommy's job?
Yes, I could totally make fun of your mom. And
Yeah, but then he may be doing your mom.
make flat jokes about Kimmy all day.
But could you
it doesn't
handle
take that
me,
much talent.
Pat, making fun of your mom? Is your mom
Yeah,
alive?
I don't care. Yeah, my mom's alive.
You don't love your mother?
Till I'm done with her. High fives! See, it's banter like this that would be really good on the air, Ben.
No,
Ben, you there?
sorry. Yes, this weekend I'm supposed to go down to Skylar's and get a tattoo.
Yeah, we just heard. What are you getting a tattoo of, by the way, Ben?
You guys are going to probably hate me for this, but it's more of a test tattoo. I'm also getting one. It's going to be my old a Jeep Cherokee grill with the name of my Jeep.
Wait, you said it's a test tattoo?
Yeah, because I don't like needles, but...
So you're
yeah, so
Wait, you're getting a...
I'm a needle bitch is what I am.
No, forget
So
the
do
needle,
I,
bitch.
do I get a tattoo?
Yeah, you're getting the name of your old car tattooed on your body.
No, I still have the car.
Okay.
It's the only car I've ever had any, like, real sentimental attachment to.
What's the
Like,
name of the car?
Sergeant Frog.
Oh, my God.
You're not being serious, Ben.
I don't care. It's my Jeep, man.
Ben, you
I've
have
heard
children.
of people. I was going to say, I've heard of people getting, family members, pets, even. I don't know. I mean, maybe this is a more common thing than I thought, but I've never heard of car
Okay,
tattoo.
this is the explanation why I want to get that tattoo is because I'm fine with that. Then I'm gonna go get a tattoo for me and my kids.
Okay, gotcha.
Gotcha.
But you named your car Sergeant Frog.
Right. And you got a tattoo of your car before your kids. Like, you're
Everybody
the
in
only
the
person I know that would go into the
names their
men's room and
Jeep.
nobody would take them.
Oh, boy. All right, well, Ben, have a great time. Tell Skylar we said hi when
Yeah.
you get down there.
Oh, I will.
All right, take care. Bye. There goes Sergeant Frog Ben. He's coming for your job.
All right.
Like,
He
just when you,
surprises me more and more.
I was
going to
say, just when you think it can't get
I
any
know.
weirder. All
And I
right,
can't get in the Hall of Fame.
let's take a break. Fool me once, shame on you.
Right.
Fool me
How's it
twice, shame on me.
going? Okay.
Keep getting caught trying to fool people. Time to move.
Okay.
We'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Fool me once, shame on you.
All right.
Fool me twice, shame on me.
Well, that's a good one.
Keep getting caught trying to fool people.
What happened?
It's time to find a new scam because this is advice one man east of us could not wrap his head around. He's been arrested not once, not twice, but a bunch of times for allegedly spending what he did not actually have.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. It wasn't a great 4th of July for everyone, Tommy. A 55-year-old man
55
was arrested in Penn Yan on the 4th of July after police say he tried to spend counterfeit money.
Damn, in Penn Yan.
That's right. Authorities say he entered a business and tried to buy merchandise with fake $100 bills.
Wait, so like he had multiple hundreds in his hand?
It says bills,
right.
so that would lead us to believe. He was busted, charged with petty larceny and a scheme to defraud. And that's not good for this man, Tommy. What makes it worse, that same 55-year-old man had already been arrested twice for trying to spend counterfeit cash.
Wait, in Penn Yan?
In fact, he had been arrested 3 times that week. And that wasn't all in Penn Yan. Authorities say he tried to pass off fake $100 bills in Waterloo, and he succeeded there. He then went back to the same spot, tried to do it again, and was busted. Then a few days later, he got caught trying to do the exact same thing in Seneca Falls. And again, this was in a matter of less than 7 days. He was arrested 3 separate times for trying to spend counterfeit money. At what point do you realize maybe you're not good at making counterfeit money? Because, let's put the illegality of the whole thing on hold.
Well, it did work for him once, you said.
But then he went back to the same place and got busted. And by the way, I guess it's possible he got away with this in other places and just wasn't reported.
All right.
Yeah.
But putting the illegality and morality aside, just from a talent standpoint, Tommy, the first time you're busted, that could just be a fluke.
Yeah.
Right? Eagle-eyed cashier takes their job too seriously. But the second time you get busted within 2 days, you'd have to know you're bad at counterfeit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you need to go back to the old drawing board.
Yeah, so why would you make a play to try and pass these bills a third time?
And you also went in small towns.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where I'm guessing you're probably from or live around.
Well, I mean, it's all in what is
you said Seneca Falls, Waterloo, and Penn Yan.
What county is that?
Well, Waterloo and Penn Yan are not that far apart.
They're all in the same county. I know that.
Yeah, so you didn't even branch out a little bit, try busier, bigger places.
And with the idea that you wouldn't get away with it for the second or third time, it doesn't even have to do with the quality of the bill at that point.
Yeah.
Because Tommy, the term con man is short for confidence man.
Yeah.
You need to have the confidence to pull off a scam like this. You show the person behind the counter that you're nervous or you do anything suspicious, you're going to get busted.
Yeah.
Because it's already suspicious that you're paying at any venue with $100 bills.
And you look like somebody that would have hundreds on them.
Well, I always assume that people that have larger cash on them can't use banks.
Oh. Well, yeah, I guess maybe now.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right. But you still had access to hundreds of dollars.
I would think, though, you're saying you need confidence. I would think he had some confidence considering he kept trying to pull it off over and over again.
Well, he's desperate.
But if you got busted twice, it would be physically impossible to not look visibly nervous when you're using that $100 bill. No?
I don't know. It sounds like you were just trying it wherever you could.
No, I mean, he was. I'm just saying, if I know there's a chance I'm going to get popped, because I've already been popped twice, there's no way I can walk in with my shoulders back, my chin up, and confidently lay that $100 bill on the counter. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With this man who was allegedly arrested 3 times in 1 week for trying to pass fake $100 bills, would you have the balls to try and pass off one fake $100 bill?
I think I got one in me.
You would try it?
I mean, sure.
The second they hold that bill up to the light, even if they don't know what they're looking for, they always kind of look at it, examine it a little more than your standard dollar bill. You would be shaking.
Okay, so let's say a buddy, with both you guys here, and the phone number is 252-WCMF. Let's say a buddy gives you a fake $100 bill. He tells you it is fake.
Yeah.
Kimmy, are you trying it?
No.
Is it the moral objection?
I do not have that confidence to hand that over to somebody and think it's going to work.
So it's not a moral objection, it's fear of getting caught.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
You think you would not get caught?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, because I'm smooth. I'm calm. I have no guilt. I have no shame. 2 things. You have full-blown guilt in you.
Oh,
you
you
have
mean
so
I'm a
much Catholic guilt in you.
You mean I'm a human being?
Well, you know what, man? Human beings don't belong in the game.
Man.
No, I think, especially if you give it to me, I'll take it to a bar.
No, that's the worst place to take it because you're going to be sitting there the whole time, you
Bro,
idiot. You get in, you get out.
Saturday night, I score a drink, I'm out of there. I'm not sitting there all night throwing darts. I'm out of there.
A bar would be the worst place because they deal in cash all the time.
Yes.
They're going to immediately know
Bro,
that thing's fake.
I'm going to a busted-ass bar.
Dude, no.
In a busted side of town.
No, you're picking the wrong spot.
God, how are you so bad at this?
I'm in and out.
You've been arrested in your own fantasy. The police are outside.
And a small town bar is probably somewhere where you hang out all the time. You know
I'm
the
just
bartender.
blowing in, I'm blowing out.
No, that's what's suspicious. You're not a regular. You just show up with $100 bill.
Dress like a regular.
How would you dress like a regular in a bar out in Penn?
I would put on my fedora and, a nice button-down loud shirt and my pointy shoes and just slide into a regular working man's bar.
Okay, I would like to take back what I said because I said this guy was an idiot for trying to pass off fake $100 bills getting busted 3 times in a week. That's literally the worst plan I've ever heard in my life.
Watch me, baby. And I'd be confident.
I just want to point out because everybody's yelling at us. Penn Yan is in Yates County, and Waterloo and Seneca Falls are in Seneca County.
But I think they're pretty close.
Shut
I mean, it's in the area.
Who cares? They're good at catching counterfeit
Yes.
bills wherever they are. How about that? 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about a man who was arrested on the 4th of July in Penn Yan after police say he tried to spend counterfeit $100 bills. 55-year-old man. He was busted. He was also busted 2 times just a couple of days before in separate days in separate towns trying to do the same damn thing. At what point do you realize I am so bad at counterfeiting, I'm going to stop trying to spend these bills? Going back to the initial story with this guy, I am dying to know if the allegations are true. Did this guy make these bills himself, or did he buy them from somebody else?
Oh.
Because for those who don't know, that's the other way this stuff gets circulated is counterfeiters will sell the bills at a discount, obviously.
Yeah.
Right? $100 costs you 20 a piece, and they'll put the risk on everybody else.
Yeah.
It would make more sense if he paid for the counterfeit bills.
Because that's why he's trying so hard to get rid of them.
Yeah. But he bought crappy counterfeit bills.
Well,
I mean, I would want them to look about as legit as possible.
Thank you, doctor. Yeah,
But these
obviously,
may be
I would like the world's biggest penis. Like, what?
I also wonder.
There's 2 in this room.
Wait.
Talking into microphones. I would just say, if I'm not making it myself, they better be pretty buttoned up.
Okay, you realize that it's not like you can walk into a separate store after
Can't shop around.
These are not good enough counterfeit bills. I'd like to see the next gentleman
Well, I
sell
don't
me
want
counterfeits.
runny, sloppy, misspell words.
Okay.
I do.
Door.
I wonder too when you're forming a plan for these bills, what you're looking for in a business and who you're looking to fool.
Okay.
Are you going to the younger person at the cash register? Are you going for the old guy who maybe can't see as well?
Can't see would be the perfect guy.
So I watched a video recently about a counterfeiter who explained exactly what you're asking.
Yeah.
Oh, who do you look for?
Yeah, exactly. And he said they would go to busy gas stations.
Oh, that makes
sense. During the busiest times, buy
So they're
something
trying to
small.
get in and out
Exactly.
quick.
Get in and out, bing, bang, boom, and you look for someone who's young and doesn't care about their
Okay.
job.
Yeah.
He said the older the person, the more likely you are to get caught because that person is going to care more about their job than some kid working behind a counter at a gas station.
Perfect.
So, and he said he
There's
had
your tip of the day there, kids.
I'm not trying to encourage counterfeiting, but it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And it blows your theory out of the water.
What do you mean?
Go to a small town bar where everybody knows each other.
With a kid.
Busy, small, with a kid? You're going to bring, you're a...
No. Kid behind
You're
the bar.
oh,
a younger
okay.
person. I don't mean bring children into the bar.
I don't know.
I'm out of
Everything
that
else
game.
about your idea was... Everything else about your idea was terrible. Why would that not be a terrible part? All right, let's take a break. It was a big day on Jefferson Road yesterday.
What happened on the jet?
Oh, yeah.
It was the debut of
what
the
happened?
first one of these in upstate New York. Well, everyone was all super excited, and the place was
I saw the
jam-packed all
fatties.
day. But it's not about what happened during the day.
Mm.
It's about what happened before the place opened.
What was that, a little celebration?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. finally a place to eat on Jefferson Road in Henrietta.
Thank God.
Big day yesterday
Oh,
out
boy.
that way. And
News, everybody out there.
look, I don't want to take away anybody's joy because I am excited to try this place.
There was joy.
There's something about it I don't get.
What's that?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Yesterday, the first ever Shake Shack in upstate New York opened up.
Wow.
By the way, fun fact, that's the first Shake Shack with a drive-thru?
Like, period?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, I thought in New York State, is it the only one?
I thought the story I saw said first Shake Shack with a drive-thru, but I could be wrong.
Wow.
Okay, so
Double lane, I hear.
It's true. It does look pretty badass. So first of all, it happened again, and it was shared with us dozens of times.
What happened?
You know what happened.
No, I don't know what happened. Explain it to me.
The story on 13 Wham.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, what?
I'm pulling it up right now just so I can get the quote actively here.
Well, there's a quote.
Yeah, Ryan is one of the people that sent it to us. 13 Wham. New Shake Shack in Henrietta opens on the Jeff.
Shake it on the Jeff.
Okay. So the Shake Shack opens yesterday,
Yeah.
and people started lining up early in the morning.
So it looks like
so there was a line to get in.
it was like dark, and people were getting in line for this stuff.
By the time the doors opened at 10 a.m., there were already 75 people waiting in line to get to Shake Shack.
Oh, my God.
And just to be clear, there wasn't any contest going on where it was
No.
like, the first X amount of people got something. These people just really wanted
They
Shake
want to be
Shack.
first to try it.
Okay. Thoughts on those people?
It's a little sad. It's going to be here for a little while, so relax. And they interviewed the first guy in line.
Yeah.
And they said first customer indoor. And it was, usually I expect like some old codger's got nothing to do. He was like your age.
Oh.
I never understood wanting to be the first in to these places when they first open. Because you got to figure out, like, there's going to be a few kinks involved when
That's a good
everybody's
point.
just starting it for the
Yeah.
first time. Like,
Yeah.
even if
Everybody's
it all runs
new.
pretty smoothly, like, it's only going to get better from the first day.
And it's just
on.
a hamburger. Relax, man.
Okay,
I'm sure
whoa,
it's
whoa,
quality,
whoa,
but
whoa,
like
whoa,
you'll
whoa,
get
whoa.
to it.
Well, look, I'm not saying that the food's not good.
Right, I'm not either.
I just don't get, like, here's what I want to know. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Who waited longer? Was it the guy that got there at 9 who was like 35th in line?
Yeah.
Or the guy that got there 15 minutes after it opened when the line was already moving? Because, like, I'm doing the math in my head, and I'm thinking the guy that got there after it opened probably had a less of a wait than the
Sure
guy
he
that
did.
sat there
Oh,
for
yeah.
an
'Cause the thing-
hour and then waited for the line to move.
And then
Yeah.
you're standing there with other shackers. If you're there at first thing in the morning, let's say you're there for a couple hours, right?
Yeah.
I'm talking to other people. The only thing we got in common is we like burgers.
That's just it, man. Like, those conversations in the
Are
line,
horrible.
Or
They had
people
to
who've
be-
tried it somewhere else
it's
and want to tell you
brutal.
how great it is.
Yeah, you're probably sharing other burger stories.
Which would also be weird. Like, if I've had it before,
Right.
why am I waiting in line for it? I guess I can wrap my head around somebody who's never had it before, can't wait to get there to try it because they've heard good things. But, like, if I've already had it,
Well, I mean, I guess if you already had it and you loved it, that would be the reason why
Okay.
you'd be waiting in line. You've been waiting all this time for it to be
Yeah.
built, right? You saw
Okay.
it slowly coming up from the ashes.
But it's not like you're watching like the new football stadium coming up.
No, I don't know. I mean,
And it's a weird looking building.
it's a Shake Shack. That's what all Shake Shacks
yeah,
look like.
that's their like brand.
Oh, because it looks like an office building. It looks like I'm going to the dentist.
Yeah, when you go get a hamburger, they open up a filing cabinet where they keep the burgers. They
Oh,
go
okay.
under B for burger, and they pull one out and they hand it to you. No, it's what a Shake Shack looks like.
All
Yeah,
right,
aesthetic.
it was kind of weird looking.
It's a Shake Shack.
Because I figured it was going to be more like, cool, like West Coast.
That
thing.
is cool. And
Oh,
it's an
that
East
looks
Coast,
very-
West Coast. It's from New York City.
Oh, I thought it was like a West Coast
No,
thing.
you idiot. They
No, you're
started
thinking
it
like
in-
In-N-Out
No, you
burger.
idiot. I'm supposed to be up. See, this is the conversation that we
No,
get stuck with
no.
with Burger Dicks.
No, we've talked about
By
this
the way, when are they
multiple
coming to
times.
town?
Who, Burger Dicks?
Yeah, I love those Burger Dicks.
You'd be first in line for that one, wouldn't you?
No, your
Mouth
mom
wide
beat me.
open. Shut up! Shut up! 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
out.
We're talking about Shake Shack opened its first ever upstate New York location yesterday on Jefferson Road. Folks were lining up. They said in the story,
What a proud line of folks they are,
by
too.
the time the restaurant opened, there were already 75 people waiting in line. Here's the other thing, too.
What?
Because, like, the guy that got there early got there, like,
Yeah.
hours early. The
Sure.
first one in line, excuse me.
Yeah,
So he could be the first ever customer at Shake Shack.
right.
Who are you bragging to about that?
Well, to the news station that was covering the story for one. They all interviewed him.
But that's not.
It ain't gonna. It doesn't do anything for you.
You're just the first customer at this ever specific location of Shake Shack. You're not the first ever Shake Shack customer.
I think
right?
it's called winning at things that don't matter.
But you're not even winning. You just got there before everybody else did. There wasn't a race. Right? It's not like you had to lift an amount of weights or answer a trivia question to be the first burger recipient. You just had to get there before everyone else did.
Yeah.
Like, and here's the thing,
But it's a sense of pride, I guess.
In what?
Burger pride.
Who are you telling that story to afterwards?
Guy behind you. Because the first guy that gets that burger, you got to wave at everybody. I did it.
One small bite for man.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Anthony. Hey, Anthony, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Duffy?
Yo.
Hey, Tommy.
Good, buddy.
So I ended up going to a Shake Shack yesterday. It was around 2:00 in the afternoon.
Loser.
Took me about 10 to 15 minutes in line, and 10 to 15 minutes to get my food.
Okay.
And everybody was super nice. They got plenty of employees up in there for it. But so I ordered this burger. I'm looking at the website. I'm looking at the restaurant. The boards they got up in there. This burger looks gigantic. The Carolina barbecue burger.
Ooh.
And it costs $10 just for the burger.
All right, $10 burger.
So I'm expecting it to be pretty big. I get this burger. I'm very disappointed.
Okay.
And the size of the burger?
I would like to amend a statement I made earlier. I'd like to amend a statement I made earlier because I had said that the people that wait outside to get into the Shake Shack before it opened were the saddest people ever. I take that back. Man who calls radio show to complain about price of hamburger.
And the size of the burger. How big did you want the burger to be?
Shakedown Shack. I wanted it to be a good burger.
How many people have you
Shakedown
said
Shack.
that phrase to before you said it to us? Be honest, Anthony. How many people did you?
Guys and my wife. Just you guys and my wife. Shakedown Shack, man. It's $7 for a milkshake, $10 for a burger.
Anthony,
I will say,
a
okay.
little tiny thing of fries.
But have you ever got something that actually looked like the picture at any restaurant you've been to?
That is true. That is true. Stupid on me. I know.
Anthony, how old are you, buddy?
When I got to the register, I am 40. I'll be 41 this year.
You're too young to be doing this right now, Anthony. You got kids?
Yeah.
Okay.
Couple.
All right, couple of kids, man. You go soak in their enjoyment. They're growing up, right? Like, look outside at the sunrise. You've made it this far. You're doing great in life, Anthony. Stop calling radio shows about prices of hamburgers.
It's just ridiculous. I can't help it.
So you didn't. So, are you a big fat boy?
No. About 230.
How tall?
6'2".
6'2", 230. So an inch shorter than me. About around. I don't want to be a dick.
The burger was delicious.
Okay.
I'll give them that. It was delicious.
You ate it in 2
wish
seconds.
there was more of it.
He
I
wolfed
wish
that
there was
thing
more.
down.
Yeah, it took me about 3 to 4 minutes. It took me like 3 to 4 minutes to eat the burger. I'll be honest with you.
All right.
But I did it on lunch, so I only had half an hour. So by the time I got out to the truck with it, I had like 5 minutes left to lunch, and I ate it on the way to the next property. And it was nothing.
All right, Anthony, I'm sorry.
The shakes, they're Shake Shack. Okay, their name is Shake Shack. When I got there, they were completely out of vanilla, so you couldn't have half the shakes that they actually make. All they had was chocolate.
By the way,
Shake Shack.
Who wants vanilla anyway? If I'm getting a shake, I want chocolate.
Vanilla is the base
Yeah,
of the other
so you make other
of-
flavors
Oh,
with
yeah.
it.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Come on.
Yeah, I wanted the peaches and cream one, and I was sorely disappointed. I had to go with the chocolate salted caramel.
Anthony, you're
That sounds delicious.
That does. It sounds pretty good.
I would take that. That would be my first choice.
You're a 6'2", 230-pound man drinking a peaches and cream milkshake, Andy?
I love my peaches. I don't know what to tell you.
All right.
So, Anthony, I would also like to point out.
I could eat a peach for hours, Duffy.
Watch out, ladies. Anthony, you've now been on the air with us for 4 minutes, and you have not stopped complaining about your experience at the Shake Shack yesterday.
He's going back.
About the same amount of time it took me to eat that little tiniest burger.
Are you going back?
No.
You're going.
You lie. Why you
lie?
Your fat ass is going back.
No, I know lie. No, maybe if they got like a deal going or something like that. Like, I
Got a
work hard for
coupon?
my money,
I hear you, buddy.
Yeah, maybe a coupon or something.
Yeah, all right. Well, Anthony, I'm sorry you had that experience yesterday at the Shake Shack.
What a
man.
nightmare.
Shakedown Shack.
See you, buddy. Take care. That was it. He complained for 5 straight minutes
Yes.
about the Shake Shack.
Also, like I would expect day one when there's that much of a rush of people, they're probably going to run out of some stuff.
I'm with you,
Yeah.
Kimmy. I'm with
Yeah.
you. 252 WCMF again, talking about Shake Shack opening up on Jefferson Road yesterday. It seems like he's not the only angry man.
Okay.
Tim's on CMF. Hey, Timmy, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good.
I was going to call. Instead of waiting for hours in front of the building, I could have just hopped on the thruway, went east to like the Clifton Springs exit. There's been one there for like months now.
This is true. This is the first standalone upstate New York Shake Shack. Although, here's the thing: you can't compare like the thruway restaurants
It's
to
never
like
quite the same.
Yeah, right. Like McDonald's on the thruway tastes a little bit different than McDonald's anywhere else. Same with Sbarro or whatever else.
That's fair. I'll give you that.
So Tim, hey, so you did not go to Shake Shack yesterday?
I did not go to Shake Shack yesterday.
Are you planning on going to
If
Shake
they're not
Shack?
giving me anything, if they're not giving me anything free to be there early, why am I going? I can go anytime.
Okay, I'm with you. So when are you going, Tim? When are you making your Shake Shack trip?
Whenever I'm out there, Henrietta's kind of a crapshoot. So
Okay. So after the last call, that has not deterred you from trying Shake Shack? Because I heard it was Shakedown Shack.
no, probably not. Everyone complains about everything. I feel.
Okay. All right, Timmy, thanks for the call, buddy. There goes Timmy still in on Shake Shack.
I'm dying to try one now.
Why? Because the other guy hated it?
Yes.
You're such a weird man.
No, because it's not as bad as he's saying. Like, I guess I can see his fat ass thinking he's going to get this mammoth burger that didn't live up to his It's probably a nice, normal burger that most people would eat.
Shakedown Shack.
Shack.
This doesn't look like the picture.
All right.
Said every woman ever.
Let's take a break. For some reason, guys are really bad at accepting help.
Yeah.
And that goes for everything across
Yeah.
the board in our lives. And this story Kimmy is going to share with you is the reason why you should accept help.
Okay.
Because as embarrassed as you may be, needing someone else to give you a tip or a hand or whatever, this is way more embarrassing. And we'll get to it next in the break room on CMF. There is nothing wrong with accepting help.
Oh, yeah, sure.
In fact, sometimes it's necessary to make sure you don't really F things up.
Mm-hmm.
But some folks, Tommy, men especially, simply will not take help.
Yeah, it's a machoism.
It's a fact that costs someone a fortune in cash and maybe worse.
What happened?
All of the embarrassment.
Damn.
Oh, yeah.
Over the weekend. You're hanging out at the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second. But the Sterling Renaissance Festival's back, baby.
Oh, yeah.
4 fun-filled themed weekends in 2024. You can visit the contest page, WCMF.com, enter your chance to win 4 tickets to the Sterling Renaissance Festival, valid for one-day admission during the 2024 season. This all-ages, family-friendly festival offers a 360 experience with the amazing sights, sounds, authentic foods, and feelings invoked with the shows, Saturdays and Sundays only. Through August 18th. Skip the lines. Order tickets online right now at sterlingfestival.com or go to WCMF.com right now and try and win them. Best of luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. So, Kimmy, you were celebrating the joining of 2 people in love while we were on break?
Yeah, my husband and I, we were at a wedding at the bride's family home, like out in Honeywood Falls.
Ooh, a homestead wedding.
Yeah, big, beautiful house on a big piece of property, you know. Perfect for a wedding.
Yeah.
So there were a lot of people that drove there. There were a lot of people that took like a ride share, like Lyft or Uber to the wedding, so they didn't have to worry about driving. And so you pull up, and it's kind of like this long, windy driveway to get there. What?
Fancy.
Oh.
The fancy. You got winding driveway. You got money.
So we get there, and most of the guests are there at this point. There's still some people filtering in, and we see one of my husband's coworkers. He had taken an Uber there with his wife, and the Uber pulls drives them all the way up the driveway to like the house. And along the way, like there's a bunch of cars parked because everybody's trying to fit their cars in there. So it's kind of tough to get out of the driveway once you've pulled that far in.
Okay.
So my husband's coworker gets out and he's talking to the Uber driver, and I guess he says something along the lines of, "Hey man, like you want me to help you, like help guide you to get you out of here so you don't hit anything or end up in a ditch." And I believe the guy said back, and I quote, "No, I'm an outstanding driver."
All right, he's an Uber guy. He's a good wheelman.
Okay.
That makes sense.
He's an outstanding driver.
Oh, bro, they deal with this stuff all day. They can do it with their eyes closed.
All right, no problem then.
So his coworker says, "Okay, cool," and he's walking away. He's walking to where everybody's hanging out by the wedding tent, and all of a sudden, a loud noise happens, like a big crashing sound, because the Uber driver, while backing out of this driveway, ended up in a ditch.
It's like he drove off like a retaining wall or something.
So there's this one spot. I don't even know how he ended up finding this one spot in the driveway.
Well, he's an excellent driver.
Outstanding driver.
But there's like these big boulder rocks kind of leading down this ditch.
Oh, man.
And he ended up like driving over the rocks into the ditch. So his car is sitting at like a 45-degree angle.
Straight up in the air.
Stuck on these rocks.
In front of everybody at the wedding, man.
Everybody's, of course, like once people found out about this, everybody's going to watch, right?
You're not.
So the driver gets out of the car. He's got his hands on his head. Like now what do you do, right? Because you're not getting out of this by yourself.
Yeah.
So they were trying to take out like equipment at this place to try to push him out.
Jesus.
Eventually, I want to say like 10 guys ran and were trying to like push the car up out of the ditch, which eventually worked.
They got it out?
But not after some trial and error, some time, and a whole audience watching this all go down.
What an epic fail.
So what did the guy do after the car got out?
He drove away. I mean, what else are you doing? Out of pure. I mean, it had to mess up the bottom of his car.
You said boulders.
Just based on the fact it was like resting on these rocks.
Oh yeah, you effed up the bottom of that car, bro.
Okay.
Guess you're quitting Uber.
Do you guys feel bad for this guy?
It's kind of an ass mode to go.
Yeah.
Not only
you didn't
say
accept help.
Not say, nah, that's okay, man. You know, you're dressed up. You're going to a wedding. You're fine. I know you're busy. But to go, to double down and go, what do you say? I'm
an outstanding
driver. To brag, and the next thing you do is you go over a retaining wall of boulders.
Okay. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. This guy would not have been in this situation had he not taken the help that was offered to him, right? Mm-hmm. Are you willing to take help with your car? directions, help getting it in or out of somewhere like this story, tips on what might be wrong with it if something's making a noise. If someone offers that help, do you see that person is actually trying to be helpful, or are they insulting you by asking if you need the help?
Well, you're going to take it as insulting, but you probably need the help.
No. I'm not asking if you need it. I'm asking if you would accept it and how you would feel about the person offering it. Because you sit here and say, all he had to do was take the help and back it out of the driveway and he wouldn't have been here. But I get the feeling you also would have declined the help backing out.
Okay, so the last time this happened to me, and I was...
Last time?
Yes.
Okay.
My wife and I are on a little vacation, and none of the signs were in English.
Okay.
Right, and I had rented a car. And while I'm driving, I'm bragging to my wife about, man, I drove all over this country with just a map. I didn't even know where I was going. I could find my way. So at one point, I missed where we were supposed to pull up to this motel.
Okay.
And my wife says, I don't think this is a road anymore. And I go, yeah, it's a road. There's cars on it. Not really. I was on a walking path.
You were driving up a sidewalk?
And it was raining out.
My.
So, and these poles are getting closer and closer to this rent-a-car. So my wife finally goes, you need to stop. I go, no, I think I can loop around. So I drove all the way up into this walking path to the point where my wife had to get out of the car in a pouring rain and guide me back. But I was on a legitimate trail, and I thought this was still a road because I couldn't see in the rain.
So the answer is no, you wouldn't accept the help.
Well, I eventually did.
But after it's like it pretty much insulted, baby.
I was doing the baby.
I'm an outstanding driver. I've driven all over America with just a map without any
But
directions.
I did. I mean, I had legit stats.
And then you drove up a sidewalk without a map, too.
It wasn't even a sidewalk. It was more like a trail.
Okay.
With poles.
That's even worse.
Yes.
So you saw your wife was insulting you when she said, I think you're in the wrong
Well,
spot.
I know I'm a better driver than my wife. Every guy thinks he's a better driver than his wife.
Okay.
And even if he's not, he's never going to admit that.
Okay. But, I mean, like any other man offering you help with your car, whether it's directions, whether it's getting you out of something, I mean, they're essentially telling you you're a sissy bitch that can't function on his
bend
own,
over.
right? I mean, Kimmy, you would have Kimmy, I don't know, is it the same for women where if somebody had offered you help backing out, you would have taken offense to that?
No, I wouldn't have taken offense, especially if it was like a tricky situation. It wasn't an easy thing to get out of, I don't think I would have seen that as offensive.
252 WCMF, is that man trying to help you, woman trying to help you? Are they sincere or are they insulting? They think you can't do it.
Can't handle it.
There's other issues, too, that can come when help is offered to you.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't be sure the person that's trying to help knows what they're doing.
Well, that was the thing. Like in my situation, this is new to both of us.
Yeah.
So I think you're wrong.
No, but it turns out you were the one that didn't know what you were doing.
You couldn't even find the road.
Well, we were on the road for a while, then we just kind of left the road.
But like when it comes to the tips they're going to give you on your ride, the directions they're providing you, even helping this guy get out of the driveway here, it's your car, your time, your money, your well-being that you are putting in the hands of a person that maybe you've never even met before. If they screw up, they can just scram and they're not on the hook for anything.
Right.
You, on the other hand, have to deal with their mistake.
Yeah, you have to live with it.
But isn't it easier to deal with? Well, I don't know.
Well, the smarter thing to do is to take help.
Well, no, I mean, not always. It's not always the smarter thing to do.
Well, I mean, if you're in a tight situation, maybe the smarter thing would be another pair of eyes can't hurt.
No, that's not necessarily true either, because there are some stupid people out there.
We'll stay away from them.
Well, but you're one of them, and I have to come to work every day.
So you're saying it's better to risk failure
on
than
your
to
own.
accept the help, even if that failure is going to be extremely embarrassing and everybody knows about it.
Yeah, I think I might be living my life that way.
Not taking help.
I don't want to take help.
Nobody does, but no man wants to take help.
Don't sit here and give me, advice. I've never seen you take help from anybody in your life. And if somebody needs help, damn, even just to open the top cupboard, it's you. No, seriously, like if I offered,
I can't get up there with a stool.
If I offered to grab you a stool upstairs when you needed to get a plate, you would be furious.
He's so goddamn insulting,
but I'm
man.
trying to help.
I'll just eat my bare hands.
Kimmy, how is your husband with stuff like this? Is he like Tommy and I, where he's going to be stubborn? He wants to do it
Well, he's a
himself?
macho.
Yeah, I don't know
Look
if
at
he.
That muscle don't need no help.
I got a sexy shirtless man in front of me. Tommy's got a 50-pound bag of onions.
He would accept help from somebody he knew. If it was a stranger, probably not.
Would he accept help from you?
Yeah, I think so.
But he thinks he's a way better driver than you.
Probably. I mean, he drives a fire truck, so
That's a
he's
good
got
point.
that.
Yeah, he's got a speed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would offer the help because if things do go wrong, that's going to be a huge fight for a while.
Okay. So wait, so you're just trying to keep yourself off the hook?
Yeah. I don't want it to be my fault.
All right. 252 WCMF. Kimmy went to a wedding last weekend, took an Uber out to this farm property. A bunch of people took an Uber out to this farm property. While they were there, they watched the Uber driver drive someone all the way up this long, winding driveway with drops on each side. The guy who got out of the Uber offered the Uber driver help backing out. The Uber driver, according to Kimmy, looked at him and said, "No, I am an outstanding driver."
Yeah.
And then proceeded to back into a drop-off where his car was sticking straight up 45 degrees out of the ground. Said it took a whole bunch of time, up to like 10, 12 guys to lift this car out of the thing where the guy drove off. And he could have avoided all of this if he just would have taken the help with the backing out.
Right.
But he didn't.
No.
And I get it.
He's got thousands of dollars probably damage to his car.
Yeah, I don't know. Want to know what that did to that car.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Teddy. Hey, Teddy, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good, man.
Hey, what's wrong with asking for help? I mean, if you don't know, you don't know. You have to commit yourself and hey, you need help, maybe help you yourself.
Oh, I thought this was Teddy calling, not bitch-ass Teddy calling. It's Teddy, and I can't do anything on myself. I got to rely on everybody else to help me out because I'm a scared-ass can't do nothing for me, bitch-ass bitch.
Are you okay, Tommy? What are you having this morning?
That was me, actually, Teddy.
So let me ask you this, Teddy. Teddy, you're trying to back out, and it's a tight spot, right? And
Yep.
I see you, me, Tommy, and I go, hey, Teddy, Teddy, I'm gonna help you. It's Tommy over here, the one you constantly sodomize in different ways. I'm gonna help you. You gonna take my help?
Different.
You gonna take my sissy help?
That was you. I said, hey, Tommy, are you crying?
All right, Teddy, let me ask you this. What do you have to see in a stranger to let you know they know what they're talking about?
Yep. What I would do is say, hey, is there anything I can help? Because I put myself in the situation when I came here 38 years ago. My English wasn't broken, and I tell everybody, if
it's really
I
cleared
can
up.
speak correctly, please let me know. So that
You're
way
nailing
I
it
can-
now, man.
I can correct.
I think I'm talking to Burt Reynolds over here.
Tommy. Okay, what I'm saying is, there's nothing wrong asking help. I mean, if you don't know, you don't know.
You
Hey,
wouldn't even
have to
take my
make-
help because you said
you
I'm a
don't-
sissy.
Well, I mean, he's right.
Sissies can
Well,
help.
but we also know your track record with cars and backing up.
Good point,
And
too.
walls and bricks.
Walls, bricks, poles.
Tommy? Yeah, Tommy, by the way, where did you get your driver license? At Kmart?
That was the worst, best joke of all time. Teddy, thanks for the call, buddy.
Teddy should write a book of jokes. Teddy jokes.
If you listen to this show and you call us ever and you don't call back, where'd you get your driver's license? Kmart. You're not a real fan of the show anymore.
You know where I bet unsolicited help.
My English was bad.
Where do you learn English? Kmart? I'm sorry, you were saying.
You know where I bet unsolicited help happens all the time with boaters.
Oh, yeah.
Well, docking is brutal.
Docking and because there's always people hanging out
But all
on the dock.
boaters-
So there's
other boaters
probably
think they know how.
people waving in,
Yeah.
let me help you. And I'm sure most times you're happy to accept the help, but there have to be people out there please just leave.
Well, yeah, but that's even more emasculating. Because having every boat you say is a substitute for the guy who has its penis.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So now
it's a huge investment. Yeah.
Hey, look, you can't handle your penis. Let me
Right.
help you with it.
But it's also a sign of success. Like you're the man. You know what you're doing. Right?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I know what I'm doing,
Right.
so I don't need your help.
Right.
But then you're right. There's a big audience there to see if you screw it up.
Oh, yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy, are you the type of person to offer help? Let's say you see a car about to back into something. Are you running up and banging on the trunk to stop him?
No, you remember that guy?
I forgot.
He was going to take his door off.
Yes.
And I was going to keep going. My wife ran over to stop him. And she wanted me to go. And I go, come on, man, we're going to be late for lunch.
If you see someone struggling to parallel park, are you offering help to get them in that spot?
Again, I saw one of these when I was on Park Avenue with this old guy. But I saw this old guy and an old lady going out to eat, and we're sitting there outside.
Sure.
And he hit two cars pulling in. But I didn't want to hurt the guy's feelings, man.
Okay. All right, that is a rough spot because it's an elderly man.
And
like,
he's with his
already-
old lady, and he's been doing this a million times.
If that was a woman, would that have changed?
Oh, you
your-
got to help, ladies. They don't know what they're doing behind the wheel, bro. Especially, what woman knows how to parallel park?
My wife is an unbelievable parallel parker.
Oh, look at me. Well, apparently somebody's in the office to listen. My wife's the greatest parallel parker of all
When
time.
was the last time you parallel parked?
I can do it blindfolded,
But when
man.
was the last time you did it?
I don't know. Recently.
Like?
I don't know. I don't keep a ledger of my parking.
Well, if it's not something you do
What am
all
I,
the time.
Don with a goddamn manual in my car?
Has it been within the last 10 years?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's been within
I just can't remember.
Not a year. Because you
Yes.
stopped saying year.
I can parallel park.
I will admit,
I got cameras.
I am the worst parallel parker of all time.
You got cameras in your car now. It's easy.
I can't do it. I can do it eventually, but I look like an idiot. My wife, she lived in Philly for a while. She could parallel park like bing, bang, boom. I haven't gotten to the point where I've asked her to move over and like do it for me, but I am self-conscious when she's in the car with me and I'm trying to parallel park the car.
Okay, do you do what every guy does when he parallel parks?
What?
Check out the job when you're done?
Yes, I do.
Because every guy has to go around the other side to see how close you got to the curb.
Doesn't everybody kind of do that?
No.
No?
I think some people just. I think
always look and make sure that it,
Why would
it's
you
not
look? You're-
sticking out or.
you're a woman. You obviously didn't do it right. You don't need to look.
I used to be a great parallel
Oh
parker.
my God! You ain't no parallel parker.
In
Not
my-
with
in
them
my
glasses,
smaller-
Sally Jesse.
She has no idea what that reference.
You don't know who Sally Jesse Raphael is? She paved the way for you.
Anyways.
Where'd you get that joke? Kmart?
Anyway, I don't care about the history of broadcasting right now. I'm going to tell you about parallel parking. I'm the Don
You
Gar.
brought
What's a
up parallel
parking?
parking.
You were saying, Kimmy?
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I forgot.
No, don't blame me for your crappy parallel parking.
Where'd you get your radio, Billy? Kmart? 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, Kimmy, when you guys brought up the boat, I completely forgot about this, and then I remembered when you said it. So the first time ever when we bought a boat and went out, we went to Cayuga and went boating out there. So I'm watching everybody around, how they're launching the boats, how they're getting the boats off the trailer, and I'm like, I got this. And there was a guy that said that, hey, you need any help? I'm like, I think I got it. Loosened up the strap on the trailer, started backing up the boat. The boat trailer had the rollers on it. The boat went right off the trailer onto the ground.
Oh, no. Wait, straight pavement?
So it's sitting on the. It's not in the water at all.
No, luckily I never fully unstrapped it, so it was a battle to get it back onto the trailer to get in the water, but I damaged the prop in the lower unit pretty good.
So basically, you spent $1,000 to not go boating that day.
No, we ended up going out eventually, but it was kind of a day from hell.
For like 15 minutes until the boat
Yeah.
completely
And you
sank
did
into
it
the
in
water.
front of somebody who offered you help too, which is worse.
Yep.
Where'd you learn how to get a boat off a trailer? Kmart?
Wasn't a very good day.
Petey, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Oh, that's. I never got that whole boat ramp thing. It's like the worst idea ever.
You never
Like,
got it?
How else would you get it in?
No, but I just to drive your car to the edge of the water and then put this thing that
Yeah.
weighs thousands of pounds in it.
Okay.
And you're depending on everything going well.
Valid point. But how else would you get a boat in the
I
water?
know. Maybe just leave it. Just buy it in the water.
Buy it in the water,
Go
he says.
visit it.
Let's take one more call. 252 WCMF. We're talking about accepting help. Kimmy watched an Uber driver who said, I do not need your help. I am an outstanding driver. Back down a ravine where his car was sticking out 45 degrees. Tom is on CMF. Last word. Hey, Tom. How are you, buddy?
Hey, Tom. Well, Tommy would, if he was helping someone back a car up, they probably wouldn't see him and back over him.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
If Tommy was helping someone back a car up, they probably wouldn't see Tommy. They'd just back over the top of him, and then they'd be stuck on him.
Wait, your phone broke up at the end. They would if Tommy was backing up. What?
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
If Tommy was helping somebody, they'd probably back over him because they wouldn't be able to see him.
Wait, Tommy backed over some? I'm sorry, your phone's breaking up.
No. If Tommy's helping someone back up, they would probably back over Tommy because they wouldn't see him because he's so short.
Oh, wait, Tommy helped him back?
Yeah.
Hey, where'd you get your phone? Kmart? What's our record? 5?
I don't know. That's got to be close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's take a break.
All right.
Things are changing. You know what? We'll talk about this tomorrow, the changing thing,
All
because
right,
we
what do you
still have to figure out what the hell we're doing with what sits in this room.
Oh,
Because we
yeah.
now have suggestions that have shown up. You said we're getting inundated with suggestions, Kimmy, from our listeners.
Yeah, a lot of ideas.
If you're watching the live stream, you are seeing Tommy sitting next to a massive sack of something.
Mm-hmm. What?
Nothing.
No. I've already did my allotment of mom jokes today.
We're going to recap, retouch why we have this thing sitting in front of us here and what the hell we are supposed to do with 50 pounds of them. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. I mean, the gesture is very kind, very
Okay.
cool. Somebody went way out of their way to do this for us. Yet, as we sit here 5 hours after we got these, we still have no idea what the hell we're going to do.
It is a little weird.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. You can always watch our live stream.
Watch us.
Yep, at the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch. You can get us on YouTube at the break room WCMF. Brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Actually, maybe they would want these.
Yeah, well, yeah, because they're in the business.
And if you are on the live stream now, you notice that Tommy, sitting in his chair, over his shoulder as normal is the fake plant. But sitting in front of him next to his chair is a 50-pound sack of onions.
Yes.
Because this morning, when I got to the studio at 3 a.m., outside, there was the 50-pound sack of onions. There was a crown that said Elba Onion Queen on it. And we got an Elba High School Lancers
Yeah, with a little message on there.
megaphone.
Yeah.
And it says, to the break room, Tommy, Duffy, and Kimmy from Elba, onion capital of the world, queens, and farmers. And it's because yesterday we discovered that they have an Onion Queen contest.
Yeah.
Where, like, young women compete for a scholarship. Very impressive young women.
To be Miss Onion.
Yeah, and we were laughing about, like, do you want to be the Onion Queen? And people in Elba.
Well, it's not a very feminine food.
What is a feminine food?
Well, something that's more, it's a sexy food.
What are you talking about?
Oh, there's
Onions aren't
sexy
sexy?
foods. Onion ain't sexy.
Okay. So the folks from Big O Farms sent us 50 pounds of onions. And we don't know what to do with 50 pounds of onions because as great as onions are, and as much as we appreciate the gesture, they drove 40 minutes to drop these onions off in the middle of the night.
It's a little much.
It's not a functional food if you don't have other stuff to go with
Yeah,
the
it's not a
onions.
standalone.
Yeah. Like you give us a 50-pound sack of potatoes, we can eat baked potatoes for the next month.
Oh, yeah.
50-pound sack of onions, what do you do? So we've been trying to offer the onions to the people that we work with.
Yes.
A couple
Forcing them on people.
Yes. A couple of people have taken us up. Our traffic director, Marty, she came in this morning.
Yeah. Oh,
She grabbed a few.
What?
She was first one in line, man.
We told her to.
I went out of my way.
Queen Glom comes in. By the way, I didn't know how to. You guys weren't here,
Yeah.
So like they were like all tied up because it's like an industrial sack of onions.
Yeah, they came from the Big O farm.
Like you would see like on a truck.
Yeah.
So she's trying to muscle them open with her bare ass hands. And I go, Marty, go get some scissors. She goes, no, I'll use my nails. And she like rips that thing.
You made a suggestion, get scissors, right? Instead, you just sat there and watched her try to open them without offering any help. What kind of man are you?
I'm not getting all oniony and sweaty.
It wasn't even, let me go find you some scissors. It was like, hey, go find some scissors.
Hey, she's getting free onions.
Hey, sweetheart, go find some scissors so you can get
Like,
to
how
the
awkward.
onions.
You just sat there and
Well,
watched
she's also
her struggle to
She's
open
stronger
the
than
bag.
me.
Probably, yeah.
No, she is.
She works out.
That means
She's like
she's
very active and fit.
Can I say she's muscular?
Yeah.
I'm going to go home.
No, I'm
See ya.
just-
I love it. Take my onions. I'm getting the hell out of here.
No, I mean she works out.
So Marty took some onions. Then Spazzano, he came in.
And he's very muscular.
What did he take? Like 5 onions?
took a handful,
Bro, he loaded up. He had those Italian mitts out,
Again,
baby.
we told people to come take them, and what do we do the second they get in here? We judge how many they're taking. It's such a trap.
So then Hope, who works out on the country station.
She got no goddamn young girl onion in. She ain't gonna do crap with them onions.
She took the most onions. She took 6 onions.
Right.
Right. Now it's becoming an algebra problem.
And we shamed her for every onion she took.
Yes, we did. It was like a 5-minute conversation where she didn't know if we were joking or not, and it was very. You're right. We have made the onions a trap to see who's cheap enough to take free
They're
onions,
fun.
despite the fact that we want the onions gone.
Right.
So even after the 4 hours of us trying to push onions on, we still have like 47
onions.
pounds
Yes.
of onions left.
Easily.
So Kimmy,
Yeah.
you had then decided let's throw it to the listeners.
Yeah, so see if we can get some good ideas.
Okay.
Seems like French onion soup is idea number 1.
Okay, so that came up this morning, but you said French onion soup sucks, which is the worst take ever.
Right. And it's also 1,000 degrees today with a tropical storm. I'm gonna whip up a kettle of soup.
Okay, all right.
So somebody said chop them up and freeze them.
Why would I freeze
I'm
onions?
gonna freeze 50 pounds. I don't have that much room in a freezer for that much onion.
A lot of
But wait a minute. To chop them up and freeze them would mean I would still have to use them eventually.
right. Yeah.
But by the way, you would have to stand and chop 50 pounds of onions.
Like we're in the effing Navy.
Yeah, right. It's onion night on the carrier.
You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry?
Pickle them?
Pickled onions.
Pickled onions?
Have you had a pickled onion before?
I don't think so. No.
No, you haven't?
No.
You're not going to believe this.
What's going on?
I just started a business. I came into 50 pounds of onions.
Yeah.
And I've opened a kiosk.
Where is this kiosk?
It's down in the men's room.
Yeah, but what's it called?
It's called Uncle Pat's 50 pounds. Bend over, close your eyes. You're going to get all of it. Pickled onion stand sauce. 2 big old pickled onions and a pickle for you.
Is it? It's kind of like a farm to butt situation.
So much for subtlety.
Well, I can say that though, right?
You can.
Yeah.
We live in America.
Do we?
252 WCMF 252-9263. We have more onion ideas coming in because again, we have 47 pounds of onions we have to do something with. Hey, Cody, what's going on, buddy?
Good morning, Duffy. How are you?
Good, man. What do you got?
To be perfectly honest, when I looked at the live stream earlier and I saw the big-ass pack of onions sitting next to Tommy, I kind of thought they were just there as an excuse so that when you're crying about your really sour loss at Where You Whining yesterday, you could kind of use them as an excuse. Oh, we got onions. I'm crying.
Boo.
French onion soup's definitely a good idea.
Boo. Boo. You suck, Cody. Cody sucks so hard.
Hey, you know what? You're just proving my point. Thank you very much, Duffy.
Bye, Cody. Have a good rest of the day. Hey, maybe we can have the onions call and do a better call than Cody just did. Cody's less talented than a 50-pound sack of onions. I feel like less of a man really not knowing what to do with all these onions because it is a blessing. It was bestowed upon us.
Yes.
Right? No?
I guess. I mean, are you taking any home?
I don't want my wife to know we got 50 pounds of onions.
Why? Because she'll want them all.
She's gonna want for other things. No, she's gonna want all the onions. She's gonna be like, take them home, and then I'll be like, well, what about Tommy and Kimmy? And she'll be like, screw them, get the onions.
Oh yeah,
and then,
take them.
But she won't do anything with them. She'll want to freeze the effing onions.
Here's a suggestion. If you don't want to eat all the onions, you can. This is from Colleen. Give them to the people in Penfield so they can throw them at the foxes.
Okay. A little fox repellent.
Okay. Do foxes like onions?
I don't know.
It's food.
Yeah.
So they probably like them.
Yeah.
But that would have a negative effect.
I think foxes are meat eaters, though.
Okay.
Like they eat like the squirrels.
Well, yeah, I'm a meat eater
too.
but you can get
chop up the squirrels, saute them, offer them up, to the fox.
We're getting a lot of people suggesting we donate the onions.
Well, that was my idea.
It is a good idea, but I don't know if you can just show up at like a pantry with like an open bag of anything. And
Well,
be
the
like,
open
"This is
door
yours
mission,
now."
right?
Well, can you?
Yeah, I think you can.
And what are they going to do with 50 pounds of onion?
Well, they'll chop them up and it'll be French onion soup night.
No, again, you got people. Do they have air conditioning inside the open door
it's
mission?
really nice in it. They remodeled the whole thing.
If you can
They
donate,
got Wi-Fi and everything.
Tommy would be happy to drop them off on the way home today.
To do what?
You can drop the onions off on the way home.
I don't go that way.
You do actually.
No, I don't. Yeah, but I do go that way quickly.
252 WCMF.
I can toss them out the window.
No, you can't. You don't have the strength to open them up when Marty's not standing here. You're gonna throw them out the window.
Muscular Marty.
I'm really excited for HR next week.
But that's a nice thing.
You don't comment on a woman's body.
I didn't say that.
What did you do?
I don't know. Is that bad?
Maybe you should hide behind the 50-pound sack of onions. Let's talk to Chris. Hey, Chris, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing good. How you guys doing today?
Good, man. What do you got for us?
Well, you take those onions. Of course, you got to scale them all off, which I know you don't want to do. But
Wait, you got to take the outside off?
Yeah. You got to do that, and then you core them. So you cut a core out of them.
Okay.
Put a pat of butter in there and a bouillon cube. Put the core back in. Yeah, put a core back in, and then wrap it back up in tin foil, and then put them on the grill till they're squishy, and they're delicious. My father hates onions, and he ate like 6 of them the first time I made those.
Wait, you're suggesting we just eat straight up onions, butter, and bouillon?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Mm-hmm. That's good eating
I'm
right
telling
there.
you,
That's good country
it's
eating.
good.
Chris, what do you smell like when you're done eating 6 of those?
I don't know. I usually pass out.
Chris, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. If somebody, I'm all about eating whatever.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But if I went over to
onion.
somebody's house and they're like, "Here's a straight onion with butter on it," I would think like you had some serious financial struggles.
I would think that's a meal. I would think that's a joke.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it should be with something else.
Yeah, onions go with,
Right.
unless it's a bloomin' onion.
Right.
Let's talk to David. Hey, David, you're on CMF. What's up, buddy?
Hi, straight from the onion capital of
the town you get all the onions from. My dad makes tons of onion rings. He uses a whole bag just to make onion rings, and he gives them out to everyone.
Okay, can we make onion rings with yellow onions? Because we got yellow onions.
Yeah, that's basically what he uses.
Okay.
Can we go back to your father makes onion rings, and then he gives them to people? How does that work, man?
So he'll spend the whole Sunday making onion rings with his beer batter.
Right.
And then trying to think.
Does he put like a table out in front of his house?
Yeah, because you would think you got to eat those things
No,
fresh.
no. He takes a pot and he puts it backwards over his head, puts on a pair of jeans, and they call him Johnny Onion Rings.
No.
That's not actually what happens, guys.
He knows a lot of people, so he'll give them out. He'll bag them up.
All right, so
give 'em out.
Marty and Spazzetto are heading out there now waiting for their onion rings.
I would happily accept onion rings.
Wait,
Like homemade
about-
onion rings.
Oh.
Bet you they're amazing.
All right.
But again, you had to
Yeah, no,
right
it's-
out of the vat eat.
Yeah.
David, on a scale of 1
no.
to... Go ahead. I'm sorry, buddy. Go ahead.
He'll eat them throughout the week. That's the thing too. He'll save some and eat them throughout the week. Like
Okay,
they're fresh throughout the whole week.
No, I'm out. You can't keep... No, I'm out. I'm
You know,
out.
this poor man's going to die soon from onion rings. It's like one of the worst things you can have as a regular diet is onion rings.
No, says who? It's deep fried onions. What's bad about that?
Nothing.
David, on,
Yeah.
on a scale of 1 to 10, in your humble opinion, 10 being the best, where do you rank your dad's onion rings?
Best part about it, I don't eat them.
Wait, why don't you eat them, David?
Because I don't like onion rings.
Which means you don't like onions.
No, my whole family does. I'm the only one in the family doesn't like onion rings, so I don't eat them.
Who doesn't like an onion ring, man?
You live in Elba, which is the onion capital of the world, according to Elba, and you don't eat onions.
So?
Okay.
Right.
It's like living in Paris and being lactose intolerant.
Yeah.
No, I'll eat them, but my dad steals them all, so that's probably why too.
All right. David, thank you for the wonderful call.
He works on the farm.
Okay, all right. Well, if you need onions, give us a call. We got 47 pounds left, but thank you. Thank you for the call, David. Thank you again to Big O Farms for the 50 pounds of onions and the 47 that we have left that we're trying to get rid of. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on CMF, but first. That's going to be a rapper.
Howdy ho, Onion Wednesday or Rapperoozy.
Moose just came in from PXY. He goes, I heard you guys got onions.
And he's a single guy.
Yes, he is. Lives
I don't think single guy was coming in for an onion.
Well, he goes, I go, you want to take them? And he goes, I'll take some. So he goes in. He takes one onion. And
a single onion.
So he goes, we're trying to get him to take more.
Right.
And he goes, well, no, I'm just going to use it for dinner tonight. And we go, what are you going to make? He goes, I don't know. Maybe an onion soup. And then he walks away.
Yeah, that's it.
That was the end of it.
That was the saddest onion purchase I've ever seen.
Well, how many onions in a pound do you think?
Got to be like 4.
4 onions to a pound?
Right, yeah.
So that
figures
was
about a quarter pound a piece.
So we looked them up because we were thinking maybe we'd flip the onions. They're 79 cents a pound consistently.
Yeah.
So that means he came in here for like 20 cents worth of onion.
Yeah, pretty much.
And if he's going to make the soup, he needs to go to Wegmans and buy like other things to make the soup with.
Yeah. So, all right.
It's a loss-leading onion.
Yeah.
All right, we got to get out of the way. By the way, the sooner we get rid of these onions, the less you have to hear us talk about onions.
Right.
So everybody benefits if we can somebody take these onions from us. All right, tomorrow is a Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's time to bitch it out.
Yep, we got Bitch Voice Theater and a whole bunch more stuff, and we are super late. We got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, who will not be taking any onions home. Are you taking onions?
Maybe I'll take an onion.
She ain't cooking,
I told you we have onions right now at my house that have been sitting there for like a week because we only needed like, you know how like in a recipe you only need like a quarter of an onion?
Yep.
What am I going to do with the rest of that?
For Tommy Muley, who eats the healthiest out of all of us consistently and will not take the onions home.
I don't want to be that guy, man.
What? The onions are for us. They were given to us.
I know, but
See?
I like to
It clearly
spread
says
these.
on this nice letter written on a noisemaker from the Elba High School that these are our onions.
I want to spread the onions out to the people.
These are the people's onions.
Yes.
It sounds like something Stalin would have said.
He was big with the onions.
My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.